Hello everyone, welcome to Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Here we are in the playing venue. Today it's Kati and Shahzad, and we are going to take you around here before the players arrive and just describe what is the situation and atmosphere here. But before that, today we have very important rounds, and I just wonder what is the key game for you?
So yesterday we witnessed the battle of two top players of Uzbekistan, Vachier Sindarov versus Nodirbek. And today we have another Uzbekistan players battle. That is Sindarov Vachier versus Vachier-Lagrave. I said the colors wrong, I guess the other way around. Vachier-Lagrave against Sindarov Vachier. So that would be, I guess, the key game for Uzbekistan players to prove who is better than whom.
Yeah.
But besides that, we have other games.
Yeah, and this is gonna happen over here. This is the keyboard that we are thinking the game will be very interesting, but like we never know, right? They have to start to play, and then whatever happens in the opening, we're gonna be very much adjusted to that. So this is the first board, but other than that, all the other boards are pretty interesting. We already have few players in the venue. We have Yakubov here already. The players don't like to come early, right? At the game. Why do you think that's the reason? They like to come last 1 minute, 2 minutes.
No, not everybody is like Magnus Carlsen, like coming like 5 minutes, 10 minutes late. They come earlier to adapt to the board. But besides that, to be prepared so that they are on time. And once they on their chairs, they are ready to start the game. Nobody's wiping nobody, so everybody's on their seat, so they can start the game as on time, So that's why it's maybe respectful behavior by both players.
So we're gonna have players coming very soon. On the other side, we do have so much media coming here. It's a quite big media attention. As you are a local, can you please tell us a little bit about how important it is locals chess, how chess is growing for last years?
So since 2022 World Olympiad Games, where Uzbekistan became a champion, we have put a lot of investments. Uzbekistan put a lot of investment for chess, and in 2024, they had Olympiad third place, but besides that, this is not the first time UzChess Cup is held. It's the second time. Already a lot of millions of dollars is invested in Uzbekistan Chess Federation and to grow it to the world level.
Exactly, and talking about the finances here for this tournament, also it is quite attractive for the elite chess players to come here. We have Richard Rapport, we do have Parham, Max. Guys, the top guys from around the world are here actually playing in the Masters, and the prize fund is quite nice, 121,500 USA dollars. We do have actually 4 tournaments running alongside together, and in the Masters we do have first prize 20,000 USA dollar, which is a quite nice prize fund. So we have here 5 boards, and this is the Masters. We have another 5 boards here, and this is the challengers. Also quite strong players. We have few 2,600 players also over here, and then we do have the futures. So basically we have 3 tournaments, and there's also the open tournament to the other venue. What can we say about the challengers, and what's the price for the challengers, like the biggest prize?
The biggest prize, I guess, starts from 6K for the first place, and 80K is divided for, out of 125.1K, 80K is divided for the Masters, and the rest goes for the challengers and the futures. And of course, for the challengers, we have the legendary Ivanchuk Vasily also playing there.
Today it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Ivanchuk, he will play against the only female participant in this tournament, Begim Danova, yes. And this is probably going to be the match that will be very much focused as well today, right?
Yes, besides that, we have matches like Vachier-Lagrave versus Abad Dijat, and we have Madamino Mukhidin versus Chinese Ma Kun, and we have other boards as well. Very fierce matches awaiting.
And the players are actually getting ready, and we do have a time on the screen. It is 3 minutes before. Yeah, we do have trophies. Let's check.
Have a look on that.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually beautiful. Can we get the
I
access?
guess.
They are cleaned and polished to look pretty, as they are looking very nice. And here we have 4 trophies, Masters, Challenges, Future and Open Tournament. The winners of the tournament, they are so beautiful, blue colors. Is this resemblance of any building here, or is it just a chess piece?
I guess it's a chess piece. It's a bishop. And besides that, I would say actually, now you asked me, is it a resemblance? And I guess it's there is a building in Khiva that is like almost 1,000 years, and that might be the resemblance of that building. Or it could be the Bukhara's, I forgot the name of the building, but there is another building that is almost like 500 years old.
Okay.
And it might be the resemblance of that building either. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna do a
It
little
could be
bit.
both. Yes.
We
Little
just
bit
got
deeper
this,
research needed.
yeah,
Yes.
this trophies here, and we're gonna be asking some questions. I see Sindarov just arrived. Also, we do have Richard Rapport just going to sit on his board. Jan Pomnish is already there, signing for his score sheet. We're missing just few players, but mostly like everybody looks at us. I think this is the moment when they need their piece, and we need to go to the commentary room and start our work. So guys, we're going to leave you here in the playing venue, and we'll be going to the broadcast room and we'll start our commentary.
See you soon.
UzChess Cup.
The countdown to UzChess Cup has begun. This is a battlefield of minds. Last year became history. UzChess Cup 2024 was unforgettable, but history is far from over. A new chapter begins. Top grandmasters. Every move, every second, everything at stake.
Started, and we hope that it's going to be another exciting day ahead of us. What is your thought about today's matchups? Do you think we're going to have more decisive results, or we're going to have a little bit more chill day and then we'll go for draws?
I would say players are more adapted. They already, in the first day, they were not like, let's say, having a rest, you know, they just came from another country, like there was a plan and restless sleep maybe, you know, restless nights, and right now they already adapted. So players would show their best game, and I would say if best games are shown, so the results may end up in a more drawish way, you know.
Exactly. For that, actually, we do have a few reasons. First of all, this is the competition where we're talking about a quite huge prize fund. And a second and very important thing that actually Nepo mentioned yesterday is that this tournament is part of the FIDE circuit. So the players who are playing here, they are fighting for as much points as possible to qualify to the candidates. And we have Nepo, we have Arjun, we have Pragg. They all want to get as much points as possible from this tournament. So that's why we're going to have a lot of decisive results, a lot of fights on the board, because it's not just another tournament for them. This is very, very important tournament. We can see now Arjun, Ergaisi, and Nepo. Chess players barely have any eye contact, right, during the game.
Yes. I mean, before the game, usually when you do your handshake, that's the kind of eye contact you have.
Yes, that's the only eye contact you have. And if you're friends with, if you know the person, of course you might have a chat. But it pretty much depends. We don't see many players having like conversations or like laugh before the game because they need to focus. They need to, you know, just memorize all the lines they want to play. So that's why we have very often this kind of funny situations too. When players are
each game has very high stakes, you know. Even a slight loss of focus is kind of losing the game. Even slight change makes a huge difference.
Exactly. So we were at the playing venue at the beginning and just came here to do the commentary, but they made so many moves by the time we reached the third floor. We're now looking at the at this video. So let's dive in and learn how the game actually progressed from the first move.
Okay, so we are checking the game of Nepo against Arjun, and we see e4. E5, knight f3, knight c6, and we see the Spanish Ruy Lopez variation, knight f6, castle, knight e4. D4, b5, I guess he is still playing the main line. Bishop b3, d5, d takes e5, bishop e6, c3, and bishop c5. Jan is thinking, and he's, I guess, trying to remember. I wouldn't say remember, he knows the lines. He's trying to decide which line he wants to go for, which line he wants to trick his opponent with.
Yeah, the most played move here is knight b to d2 to challenge the knight on e4 and just try to develop also the pieces and you know, just to not allow black to have quite nicely coordinated pieces, which is actually hitting on f2. You never know how the things can go over here. And another thing is also to just develop the queen e2.
Queen e2 or queen to
d3
d3
is also a possibility. Yes.
Keeping the pressure on d5 and hitting on e4, and the next move could be that bishop c2 and knight bd2. And in case of castle, the pressure is too much on the knight, and the knight simply cannot move because of that thing. So, and Jan is still thinking, considering which line he wants to go for.
Yeah, and if we just look a little bit here, like if knight to d2 is the move that Jan will play here, and black castles, this is the main line here. White wants to play bishop to c2.
Keeping the knight.
Forcing this knight to make the move. And black can actually go for knight to f2, rook takes f2, and to play f6, to open up the f-file, to increase the pressure. And this is double-edged position. Black has pawn and will have a rook for two pieces, but we don't necessarily say that one side is better here, clearly.
Yes. The game is kind of turning quite dynamic, if we can see this thing unfold. And Jan is deciding whether he wants to go for this line.
Exactly. Jan is taking some of his time. Meanwhile, we can actually go to the other games to check it out. May I suggest the game Parham Maksodlu against Aravin Chidambaram? This is quite
whoa.
Start of the day. Look at that. Move to a6 like I had a talk to one of my childhood friend who is the arbiter here. She's local. We played together a lot of events, and we were talking about the games and this knight h4 yesterday's game that Yakubov played. We were just saying, like, imagine we played that move, our coach would say, you don't play chess anymore, because we kind of been raised to this, based on, I don't know how to say that, like more like old-fashioned style of chess. And nowadays, the chess computers changed so much the thinking process of people. And for instance, move a6 on the second move would be a shock for the people in my generation and elder generation. But nowadays, a6 can be considered so smart move. Waiting move, you still have some strategy to do with that. And you want to take your opponent out of the preparation.
Exactly. Yeah, just I wanted to say, he wants to get the opponent out of preparation. But besides that, a6, we can see that kind of move in blitz games, or let's say rapid, but going with this decision on classical game, it's somewhat surprising to me, because the thing is, a6, if we just look at it, it looks really dubious and it looks like a wasted move. Instead of developing the pieces, black is just kind of waiting. As we've been told, like in the beginning, you develop your pieces as fast as possible, you get your king to the castle, and you go kind of strike in the center and attack. And here with a6, he's waiting. And of course, from here, there are different lines can unfold, which could be just kind of d6, g6, bishop g7, where Aravin is going for King's Indian style game, or maybe, if g3, there is a b5 move.
Oh, I love that move. I think that is actually Aravin's home preparation to go against Parham's g3, because after b5, bishop develops on g2, you also develop your bishop, and in most of the openings, we do have the issue with the light square bishop as black pieces. And here you're fighting for this file directly. You have not give up anything for it. You have not sacrificed a pawn for it. And also you're striking the center from b5 pawn. So this is quite nice. I think what Parham can do to avoid this b5 is he can start to play with knight to c3 first. And then if Aravin wants to sacrifice a pawn with b5, that's a different story, right? You can do that. Or I'm trying to stop that b5.
Yeah, so, from here maybe, one decision I said, Aravin can transform the openings to King's Indian variation. Another would be to Nimzo Indian with e6. And then c5, d5. Or even we can see some Tarrasch system. But yeah, if d4, we are kind of slowly transforming even to Queen's Gambit. Yeah.
Right. Parham will take some time to figure it out. in which line he would like to have this pawn on a6. In some of the lines, you don't necessarily need to have this pawn here on a6. So he will take his time here, I'm sure about that. And meanwhile, we can check it out the other games. For instance, Nodirbek up to Sindarov and Richard Rapport. We do have Sicilian, and this might be another sharp game.
Yes, as expected. Yes, e4, c5. Knight f3, d6, d4 takes, knight d4, knight c3, knight c6, and bishop c4. Richard Rapport decides to go for pawn e6. Would you say this is the main line on this opening?
Yeah, yes. You basically want to play some kind of setup with e6, a6, queen to c7, and then develop the bishop on e7, trying to play b5. You can also move around with the knight a5, knight e5, and so on. To be honest, I don't very often see this Sicilian line anymore at the top level, and I'm quite surprised to see this happening.
We have bishop e3 move, and we have a6.
a6.
Bishop
Stopping any piece to get on b5 is a bit of trouble for black, so especially knight b5s. Bishop b3 is also quite nice move, and knight a5.
Okay, black is trying to get that bishop pair as soon as possible in the game. Yeah.
In this type of Sicilians, very often there are these typical sacrifices on e6. Also, there is a typical sacrifice on f5 or knight d5, knight f5. And the light square bishop plays a huge role in that. So black wants to get rid of this bishop, but not necessarily to take the knight b3, but you can also do something like queen to c7 and knight to c4. This knight is actually quite used on the square. You want to go for dark square bishop, and if white wants to avoid that, then white has to give up the light square bishop itself. So this is another line you can do here with black to get rid of the light square bishop.
What would you say? I mean, you're pretty much familiar with Sator's game. Would he go for safe f3 or dangerous f4?
Oh. That's a good question. That's a good question. I think Sindarov in general is the guy who would play f4.
Yes.
But there are a lot of nuances, right? Who's your opponent? His opponent is also someone who likes to have open position, short position, and we have f4. Yes. While we're talking, I said this move. Actually, we have, I think the digital board is faster than the camera here, so we saw it before he made the move. But yeah, this is the answer. It's going to be very interesting.
Yes.
F4 is very interesting. Fighting
He's
for
ready
the
even
center.
for g4 maybe.
Yeah, that's a statement already that he has made.
Yeah, we can see some wild game unfolding between Nodirbek Satorov and Richard Rapport. Let's check other games and let's see the battle of Uzbekistan. So where we have Shamsuddin Wahidov playing against Jawahir Sindarov. Oh, an interesting game unfolded, bishop d6. The thing is, usually we don't place the bishop on d6 in order to develop the bishop, but the bishop found its place on b7. So what do you say about bishop d6 move?
I have seen this move actually. I have seen this move, and I think the idea of this move is to play knight e7, like after castling, knight e7. Then was it the c6, bishop c7, and d5 is one way.
Wow. Okay.
To deal that. And it also can be connected with knight e7, knight g6. And to get this knight on f4.
Yes, and in the meantime, bishop is protecting.
The bishop is protecting the pawn, yeah. So basically, you just free the knight, and if black also wants, black can also play knight a5 to go after light square bishop on b3. That's also like basically with this move, you just want to free your knight from c6 square.
Yes, it's a protection, and yes, game might open up a little bit later than expected. But for me, the more common move was like bishop c5, you know, at these openings. And maybe it's a home preparation. Bishop d6 is.
Yeah, bishop c5 is one of the main moves. Bishop e7 is another main move, and the third popular move to be played in the database is actually bishop to d6. I think nowadays it becomes quite popular move, and basically, yeah, the idea is very simple too.
Oh, wait a sec. I guess we had the wrong data after all, because he did play bishop c5. It wasn't bishop d6.
Okay.
And we saw bishop e3, capture, f takes e3, castle, knight c3, d6, and a3. Okay, we are on a more kind of normal, natural position.
Yeah, bishop c5 is actually one of the main lines there.
We see a3. And the thing is, we saw Vachier Sindarov already in the playing hall before even the round started. He was on his chair. So, and now right now, if you look at his clock, he already thought more than 10 minutes. It's at 1:20. However, if we just pay attention to Shamsuddin Vakhirov's clock, it is still about 1 hour and 30 minutes. So
yeah, that's very nice observation, because Sindarov for first two games he was well prepared.
Yes.
He said that also in our interview, and other players also noticed that he was playing fast. He was well prepared. Now we have 10 moves into the game, and he has spent 10 minutes, which is not much. Obviously, you can do that, but he might not be in. Might not be something that he expected from his opponents to go, and he's using more time. This is one thing. Another thing is that maybe he just wants to use his time. Unlike yesterday, he was playing very fast, and perhaps you could spend some time to figure it out how to increase the advantage. But so far, this is quite standard position, and they have to figure it out what will be played.
White seemingly confident and repeating Javahir's action from yesterday. You see, he's not on his chair, but he's passing by.
Yeah. Shall we take a look at the other games as well?
We didn't go to Jan's game against Arjun Ergaisi. And Nodirbek's game would be the last one, but we did pay attention on that.
Yes, but we do have a lot of moves there. But let's take a look first at this one to check it out. What was the opening?
So we have Nodirbek Yakuboyev against Pragg. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, h6.
Okay, another a6, h6 situation, both done by Indian chess players Arjun and Pragg. Is that Abdusatro observing the Pragg's game closely?
Yeah, he's like kind of when
He was to check the
was
move
played.
order, I guess.
Yeah. And h6 is responded by Abdusatro with e3.
h6, yeah. Both waiting moves, both actually just avoiding bishop g5 and bishop to b4.
So we have d5, knight c3, c6, okay, and c5. An interesting decision by Yakuboyev. Closing the game for a moment, and knight bd7, g3. Oh, okay. An interesting game might unfold. And what do you see? The bishop's place on g2. How do you view that in this closed game? Because you cannot hit that anymore because you already pushed the pawn on c5. The only way to strike is e4, but which might weaken your d4 pawn. I mean, eventually. Maybe knight going back to bd2 and e4.
Very interesting, because in the pawn structure, this tells us that black will try to break it through with e5 in the center. Can also consider b6, but at this point white is much stronger on that side of the board. So black will try to do e5.
Yes, I'm looking at that move as well, which is hitting immediately.
Exactly.
And e3 is not an option anymore.
G3, E3 would not look
You're
good,
like
yeah.
on the light squares too much, yeah.
Exactly. Perhaps after e5, you have to take this pawn with the pawn and hit the knight, and when knight goes on g4 or e4.
G4 or e4. We can explore both, but I guess if knight g4, he's about to lose the pawn, so it's better to give up it in a way.
E6, yeah.
That would make the weakness on his king on the light squares.
Exactly.
With queen c2 move upcoming. Maybe not immediate. Maybe not immediate. Maybe the first bishop h3, hitting that, and then if knight moves back, there is queen c2. Yeah. And to protect c5, we can play b4 as well. So the thing is, when g3, e5 takes, we have knight e4 move as well, which is immediately hitting. And e5 was played in the game.
Played. Okay, Pragg is going for e5, and he
You
has
know what?
not waited any seconds for doing that.
But you know what it feels like to me, what it reminds me? It reminds me of the first game of Nodirbek Yakubov against Arjun where it went slightly kind of different line, where Nodirbek tried to close the game, but Arjun strike with those 2 pawns, e5 and d5.
Yeah, look at Parham.
Yeah.
Look at Parham. That's so funny.
Arjun is also here.
Yeah, this is a. Can we have a full screen of the video in the venue? And there's Abdusatro. There's a whole party there. Was when you have everyone at the chessboard, you know that something is happening,
Yes.
and you think like, oh God, I probably did
Something
wrong.
not typical, is something unusual is happening. Yes.
Yeah.
So d takes e5 was played, and let's see where that knight goes. I guess Pragg goes to knight d4.
94, yeah, 94 looks quite logical. Can we make a move that let's see what's happening. c5 is hanging, bishop c5 is the move that you have to watch out. So let's take the knight on e4.
And the thing is, if you respond with a knight, go back and attack the pawn. Pragg has a nice move, just pushing pawn e3. And then after takes, knight takes e5, look at that triple pawn. It looks so bad.
It looks really, really bad. You can actually delay giving up the pawn. You can take the knight c5 right away and guard the pawn as well. But then you have to calculate move time before.
But after bishop
g2, yes, this kind of moves.
You have e3, I guess, every single time.
Yeah.
And even after b4, you do have e3. Yeah.
So after knight e4, knight takes, pawn takes. Shall we be extra fancy and play e6 instead of in this? Yeah, e6 in here.
I guess maybe that would be more ideal choice to trick the opponent, because otherwise we're getting triple pawns. F takes e6, knight d2, but I think it's still kind of that e3 that is making white game uneasy.
I was thinking more like knight h4, if that's possible,
to
get
go into
on
g6.
Yes. And also not to close the dark square bishop.
But there is no pressure on e4, so in the meantime, since there is no pressure, he can just develop and take comfortably.
Knight g6.
And if knight g6, we might even witness
queen f6 or something like that.
Or first take, then queen
f6.
Yes.
Or knight. It's so complicated.
I mean, there is, if knight f4, there is a pin,
e5 or g5.
Yes. King is already out of its comfort zone, so the black is kind of pushing like with more initiative here. Yeah. So we have d takes e5, and there is a move consideration for both sides. Already Nodirbek is out of his chair, so he feels like he calculated the lines, and he thinks he's okay. Yeah, I mean, he's walking around the board. We can see him on the camera right now.
Yeah, and it is now Pragg's time to make his decision.
Let's have a look at knight g4 option as well. In the meantime, hitting the pawn
E6.
immediately, and we did see that e6 earlier. after take bishop h3 and or queen c2, getting to g6, which has some momentum on the white side. After h5, maybe in the meantime, just protecting a pawn on c5. And then just continuing simple castle.
Castle, queen to c2, bishop to b2.
Yeah. Structurally, white looks better on this game. But on knight e4 case, it's a different scenario.
Yeah, very interesting. This is one way to go, but black engine bar is in the middle, so it also says that black has some counter alternative ideas here.
I guess just stopping that kind of responding to that diagonal with bishop e7 and f6. Yeah, that would be, and a5 strike also to this pawn.
All right, shall we take a look back to Nodirbek Abdusattorov Richard Rapport's game, because you love this move.
Yes.
We love moves like that. F4, G4. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was always afraid of this kind of moves, and it took me years to understand that it's okay, it's a part of chess to defend if the opponent is attacking. So basically, all these pawns in this center, it has the aim to get as much space advantage as possible and to weaken e6 pawn.
Yes.
That's the main idea here. After g4, should black actually take the bishop and play b5 or go b5 right away?
I guess neither might be the best, you know.
You know why?
Takes, and I mean, if d5, it's e5. So, and there is one thing else we just took with a takes b5, which means in the case of e5, the knight can go jump to b5 and attack the queen. And we do know, because it's a pin, while black simply cannot take the knight, and once responds, the knight is safe on b5. He doesn't have to even jump. He can just continue his attack with g5 or f5. Yeah. White would be, I would say, dominating here.
Yeah, Richard, I think, made a move here, and he played d5.
d5.
Very interesting decision. One little thing, maybe we can show that on the board. The idea, the threats that white had here was already quite serious. Instead of d5, if black goes, let's say, b5, which is quite a common move here, you want to play b4 next move and take the pawn on e4. White goes with g5, attacking the knight. Knight usually goes on d7, obviously, and now it's time. And you can take
You were mentioning about it earlier.
Yes. So here you can decide both knight takes or bishop takes, but I think knight takes the pawn takes the knight, and bishop takes e6. This is a perfect scenario for white to play for the initiative. We take the knight d5 next move. You have also queen h5 check somewhere there to look for it. You can have f5 first and then queen to h5, and basically you don't feel that you have sacrificed the piece, because all your pieces are in attack and black's pieces are not still developed.
Yeah, maybe just a long castle, even rook is kind of joining in the game, and simply it's, I would say, very aggressive from white side. Yeah,
exactly. So that's why black here felt the danger and responded with d5.
And we can expect e5 move. That looks the most natural one. In case e takes d5,
this is interesting.
Black can respond with bishop b4. The pin and attack, and there is that knight takes in b3 in between move does exist. Let's say if white protects the knight, knight takes b3, a takes b3, knight just takes back d5, pressure overall, and now we can see that the move g4 was really, really kind of turning out to be weak, opening up the king spot, a kind of danger. But of course, at the end, there is long castle, but at the cost of a pawn. Like let's say if long castle, he has to give up the pawn. Yeah, black would win the pawn. So that's why d5 should be responded with pawn e5, keeping the middle more closed so that white has a time to develop his pieces and do the castle. And even strangely, besides long castle idea, because game is relatively closed, even on the kind of king side, short castle idea is suggested by computer as well.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Your king is actually safe. Black's pieces are not really attacking on that side. If you castle on the long side, that might be more challenging because b5, b4 is coming, and on the short side, basically you have the pieces there. Like you can defend your king, and there's no very clear plan how Black will attack. Like
We
h5,
can have a look. We can
g5.
have a look. Bishop b4 immediately hitting the knight. And the ideal move is, of course, we have bishop d2 just protecting, but castle is another kind of candidate move, just avoiding any attacks.
Are we sacrificing the pawn?
We are sacrificing the pawn. And the sacrifice coming at the cost of opponent not being able to develop, you know. He already played, look at how many moves, and 6 moves to just kind of get the pawn, and the progression is not much there. And after rook a e1, well, I mean...
you want to play f5 somewhere.
Yes, you want to play f5, but first protect that e5 pawn.
Exactly. So it's a good compensation here for white, indeed. All right, very interesting scenarios in all the games. The game between Parham and Arabin has actually developed in a very interesting way.
Oh, wow. Let's have a look.
Yes.
That's where we stop. And we have seen g3 move on the board. And as you said, maybe it's Arabin's preparation, and that was pawn pushing to b5.
Yeah.
And we saw b3, c5, knight c3, bishop b7, giving up the pawn, sacrificing that pawn.
That's very interesting. As we have some time now, shall we take a look what happens if white takes the pawn on b5? What is the idea here for Parvin?
For Arabin, it's getting the center, I would say. It gives the Benko vibe, but at the same time, on Benko, you're not necessarily controlling the center. White's pawn is already on d5, but compared to Benko, right now, black has a center. Yeah. It's kind of maybe slightly better version of the Benko.
Yeah, because these pawns can start to roll d4, d3. If you take the pawn on a6, the knight will get...
development, yes.
Yeah, and knight can get into the game with b4 as well. So this is going to be quite dangerous for white to play. So I don't really personally expect that white will take the pawn on b5, but instead of that, what
maybe
white
just
can
bishop
do,
g2.
yeah,
Simple.
bishop to g2 would do a job.
And in case of b4, knight jumps to a4. It is safe there, and it is kind of doing some action there. Yeah. And we can see some maneuver of the knight maybe from b2 later on in the game. Yeah. If he wants the game, get into the game. Yeah.
It's not really locked at this
or
point.
Bishop d2,
you can play
d4,
exactly bishop e2, d4, short castle, and so on and so on. You can always do like that.
Okay, so let's have a look at Challenger's game and how those games are unfolding. Masters and on Challengers. On the first board, Muhammad Zohid Suyarov versus Andrew Hong. And an interesting opening unfolded. I see the F pawn, D pawn traded for F pawn. And let's see how
that happened.
How that happened. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. Oh, look at that. You do have a F5 move on Spanish variation.
Oh, wow. I don't very often see that move. Wow.
F5, D3 takes, knight F6, castle, D6. Okay, bishop C4. An interesting move. Just not letting white castle at all. Yeah. Bishop G4, bishop E3, queen D7, but black's idea is to go for long castle, that's why. Yeah. So we have knight E3, bishop E7, H3, bishop H5, and bishop going back to E2. We can see either bishop G6 move that is hitting the E4 pawn in the meantime, or just immediate long castle. So the game would be dynamic here as well. Okay, we have other games. Vitaly Sivuk versus Nikola Theodorou. Most of the players have 1.5 point. Vitaly Sivuk had the first game victory against Vasily Ivanchuk, and Nicholas Theodoru had the first game draw Andrei Hong, and the second game victory against Suyarov Muhammad Zohid, where we saw a really strategic positional play at the end. Yeah. And that knight d6 brilliant move from yesterday. Let's see how the game unfolded, and it looks like there was that b5 sacrifice and Banco Gambit unfolded. Let's have a look. d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, b5.
I used to play this as a kid, and oh god, I won so many games actually. Here's the thing: if your opponent knows how to play against Banco, they can get advantage. But if your opponent don't know how to play, then this is quite sharp. So for those who are looking for the some opening ideas, guys, those are the things you can learn as your main opening, and you can score a lot of points. I just wonder how the games between two grandmasters went in Banco.
So c takes b5, a6. My younger brother, who is a FIDE master, also used to play this opening. And my response was either pawn f3 or e3, usually. E3 ideas. Takes. Yes, it was here mainly. I played e3. That was my idea. After take, it was bishop b5, queen a5 check, knight c3. It was a relatively steady game for me. Yeah, I mean, I would give up that d5 pawn later, but I would get the counter attack. That was kind of my point, because usually you would feel black's attack and you try to defend. But here, after bishop d2, you see you're blocking your own queen from protecting d5, and after queen b6, you're letting him to take that d5 pawn. But after knight d5, you slowly kind of realize you are a little bit ahead in development. Yeah, a4, and that g6 takes time. And e6, I mean, that's what happened in the game, that black decided to develop the bishop from f8 to the other side, not fianchettoing. But in case of g6, just a simple takes bishop c3, and you just won the piece.
I like that trick. I might use it. I like this trick. To give up the pawn on d5 is not very natural thing to do unless you know the trick, right?
Yes.
Oh, nice one. I'll
Yeah,
keep
it
it
is
in for the blitz games and the rapid games.
So yeah, that was some interesting style of game that you don't see in common Banco variation, where players are really well prepared. And another line was, of course, pawn to pushing to f3, and it's not the main line either, I guess. So let's see. No, not right there, I guess. After take, and there was f3. No, it's not there.
I did the e4 or
maybe it was right. It seemingly I forgot the opening. Because I played e3 so many times, I forgot where
maybe
exactly
here f3,
that
and if you take on c4, then e4.
Yes, I guess. So that's how it unfolded. But it was slightly different. I remember the momentum on white side was decent enough. It wasn't like black is attacking. White had wild counterattacks. And yeah, in this line, you wouldn't be necessarily up a pawn with white. But we can see c takes b5, a6, and b takes a6, e6 move. e6 is another general idea on this game.
To challenge the center.
Yes, to challenge the center. Takes. Knight takes a6, bishop to g5, pinning the knight. Bishop e7. White got the bishop pair, white got the extra pawn, but extra pawns are kind of a2 and b2 technically, so they would be under attack during the game. So it is not necessarily it's not fully realized pawn. It's an advantage definitely, but black has decent compensation. Knight f3, rook b8, b3, h6, takes queen f6, and rook c1. Yes, the game looks interesting, but I would say black's counterattack looks decent enough. Castle, rook d8, and then just push pawn to d5. He got the center. He got his pieces developed. Extra pawns maybe on a2, b2. So they are not necessarily, I would say, some dangerous pawns. These are kind of pawns that is a bit you have to look after.
Yeah, exactly. This can be also very, very, very interesting somewhere in the middle game. It's the quite double-edged position. Shall we take a look meanwhile to see how Vasily Ivanchuk is doing against his
Begin,
opponent back in
Tokhim.
Tokhim.
Okay, we have seen knight f3 move by Begim, and we were in the first and second round by Nicolas Theodorou. We have seen that move already, which is a waiting move. It's a kind of read the opening. You decide based on opponent's decision. Knight f6, c4, b6, and g3. We have c5, bishop g2, bishop b7, castle g6. Okay, Ivanchuk decided to fianchetto both of his bishops, d4, and bishop to g7. Okay, that was an interesting thing. White could have played d5, and on e6, there was a line which gave up that pawn, but here, I guess that line would be pushing pawn to e4.
Okay, and if I take on e4?
You go with rook e1. You're hitting that knight, and of course, knight on d6 wouldn't be ideal, but let's say going back to, okay, let's first explain. If knight d6, there's bishop g5, comes with an attack. If f6, it's just d takes e6, wildly attacking.
No,
Yeah.
no, thank you. No,
No, thank you.
no, no.
So,
too bad for black.
So it's either pawn f5, but if pawn f5, white can simply respond with knight bd2. Yeah. If castle, it's just take, and just knight g5 hitting this. White has already very nice game, full control, and after e takes d5, just c takes d5. And the thing is, that given up pawn made white pieces coordinated a lot better and ready for attack. After knight takes, even if you want to push d6, there's bishop f4 coming, so you would be under attack. And earlier on, if knight to f6, there is knight g5 immediately. There was some knight h4 ideas if the pawn is on g7 and the other development unfolded. Yeah. If he takes d5.
And if I castle here,
then it's it's hitting both pieces. Yeah.
Okay. That's another trick I will remember for my games. You know what's funny? When I have a country and I see these tricks, sometimes then when I play, I use it in my games, and it's so useful to know all these little, tricks there and here. That sometimes the opponent might be careless and fell for the traps like that. And yeah,
I mean, on this opening, it's a common idea to give up a d5 pawn on which you have that knight h4 moves.
Exactly. Yeah. I've done that a lot. I like that.
Yeah.
And it never disappoints you. It never disappoints you. It's really a powerful idea to sacrifice the pawn there. But that happens mostly when the bishop is developed the other side. But with the g6, this is actually a very nice idea to give the e-pawn e4 and to bring the rook with the full forces in the attack.
Yes, and I wonder why Begim didn't go for that, or she was like not willing to go for Benko style game, because there is that b5 move exists, and on b5 again one more time. I'm not sure if I mentioned in the first day there is that e4 tactic as well, yeah, which is giving up the pawn.
Yeah.
After take, it's rook e1 move. I mean, it's the same. White is getting that momentum. White is getting the attack. And of course, this take is kind of awaiting. And if you push pawn b4, you don't want to do anything with that. a3. There is the d5 move upcoming as well. Just take. Yeah. Take, hitting both pieces. So I would say maybe castle, knight d3, d6, and you just got the pawn back.
And very nice structure.
Very nice structure
Indeed. All right, we actually see Vasil Ivanchuk walking, observing. I like to see him very happy, because probably our viewers have seen his video in which is quite popular in social media, when he lost against Daniel Narodetsky. He could not hold his emotions. and it was quite painful to see that. Actually, I was there at that event, and it was so painful to see the legend, a person that you studied the games and you know it's the greatest chess player, being so disappointed by his play. But it's always lovely to see him here, and he's so happy. I saw him yesterday.
Oh, did you see his emotion?
Yes. He likes to do things like that. He's very happy. He was very happy to make some photos with the local fans, and we saw him also smiling while he was walking. So this is so nice to see him happy at the event. Before we take our first break today, and later on we can come back and check it out what is happening to the other games, we do have a question in our chat. And you guys, greetings to you in our chat. Let us know you have some questions, but please keep in mind that we do have 15 minutes delay because of the fair play rules. And we will be seeing the comments a bit later, but what you can do is to, of course, like the stream, and also answer the question which we have. And the question is, who has more chances to take a solo lead today? And we do have Arjun, Pragg, Sindarov, and Nodirbek. Those are 4 players who have 1.5 points and sharing the first place. Let us know. We will be talking on our break who will be voting, and we will obviously voting. So far we have about 170 votes, but let's see how many more votes we're gonna have in a few minutes, and let's see if we are correct about that in the end of the day. Now we're ready to take our first break, and we'll be back shortly. And here we are back to the round 3. The games are going super exciting to me today, and we have covered all the Masters games. We do have some really tough matches today and also excitement. I think the first game I would like to take a look is Nodirbek up to Sindarov against Richard Rapport, and we have that game actually on the board. Look at this situation.
Wow.
The king has already played on f2, white king cannot castle anymore, black king is in the center. We don't really understand what is happening here. We do have a help here, the third commentator in the room, and this is the engine bar, which says that it is slightly better for black.
Yes.
But still, there is, as I understood, there is a need of to play the precise moves here.
Yes,
from
exactly.
black.
Yeah. But let's see how the game came to this situation. So we're left on that g4 move and d5, and we said we wouldn't prefer that e takes d5.
It
but
happened.
it did happen in the game, where Rapport played bishop b4 and d takes e6, and we saw knight to b3, a takes b3, c takes b3, and Rapport taking back the pawn on c3. So here Abdusator's king is a little bit exposed. So he decided to go king f2, and yeah, there are several moves. The thing is, Richard can just go and castle as well at this moment, besides taking the pawn. Of course, if he takes f7, it's rook f7, and he is ahead with one extra move as well. Yeah, hitting g4 pawn. If it's defended, goes to knight. Knight is going to e4. And the bishop can develop fast as well, and king is feeling very uncomfortable right on f2. So, but besides that, the normal moves could be just capturing e6 pawn in either way.
I would take f
bishop.
takes c just to prepare castle next move and to have this open, semi-open file for my rook.
And maybe some e5 strike,
Yeah.
to get that pawn out so that knight g4, knight e4 is coming. Yeah, there are interesting sequences, and yeah, there is a danger of, like, if you go castle, white can just not let even get that f-file. And of course, e7 move is not possible. I mean, e7 move is not even possible because in between there is that knight g4 check, immediately losing the game for white.
Yeah. Oh wow, what a sharp position, so many ideas and the threats. It is Richard's time now to make a move, and he's taking some time. I see that king f2 actually, Abdusatorov has thoughts for 5 minutes for that move, and it's kind of only move here in this position, right? If you play queen d2, then you lose the rook with a check.
Yes.
If you play bishop d2, you lose the knight on d4. There's the move king e2. Perhaps that's the move between king e2 and king f2 that Nodirbek was thinking, and we can see him walking. Actually, he's quite thoughtful, right? Had a really tough day yesterday against Sindarov. Then we saw him being quite happy. I had a chance to meet him after the game, and he was very happy. He was making photos with the fans, and I think he was going to work out to the fitness. I noticed that a lot of chess players after the game, they go to the fitness to work out because the amount of the adrenaline you're having during the game, you have to release it.
And you're making physical and mental balance. Yeah.
Exactly, you need that. A lot of people usually who don't know chess, they think that chess is not a physical sport, but you need as much physical activity.
You need the stamina for going those 5-6 hours game.
Yes,
And keeping your concentration sharp the whole moment. Yeah.
Exactly, that's why I went to park yesterday to walk. to walk. There are a lot of players who love to walk after the game because you need to release everything. You need to get some more energy. All right, this is quite tough tough position for Nodirbek. He survived yesterday. He will try his best today to survive and maybe even to get something out of this position. It is quite double-edged. Yet we cannot necessarily say that someone stands better in this situation. Maybe slightly better for Richard because it is his move. Now
And
he
it
can
is
make
his playing
decisions.
style, I would say.
Yeah, he must be very comfortable to that position. We see also Jan walking. Let's see how his game is going at this point.
Yeah, interesting. Rook and 2 pawns. That's bishop against knight. It turns out there was that bishop f4 move. I mean, bishop at knight f2, bishop f2 moves. Yeah. So let's have a look how we reached this position. And we did see knight bd2 in the game, knight f2, rook f2, f6, as you suggested. Yeah. Knight to f1, bishop f2, king to f2, f takes e5. And we have the only move, the move that is necessary to make. Right now, e4 threat is coming, and that is king going to g1.
Back.
Queen d3, bishop developed. Queen e1 to make a room for the rook. To d1, bishop to f5. Okay, computer evaluating a strong move. We witnessed some exchange, but did we have another choice? What do you say? Is it better for white to keep more pieces on the board or less? What I'm implying is to take that bishop or go away, maybe bishop d1 or bishop to b3.
In my personal opinion, less pieces you have, you will blunder less of them. So I really like to trade the pieces off the board, especially now white has basically 2 pieces and black has a rook, right? 1 piece.
Yes.
So any trade would just result white to have anyway more piece on the board. And I think that's a really, really good idea for Richard to. Also, his king is a bit exposed, right? To have less pieces on the board would be just, I think, better idea for white. We see Richard right now deep in his thoughts.
So he's thinking that after king f2 moment, as we said earlier, yeah. Yes, after king f2. Oh, castle did happen.
Oh, castle happened. Yeah,
Oh, no, that was our life, actually. That wasn't his move.
The king is on it. King is on e8 yet. King is on e8. King is on e8. We see that he has 1 hour on the clock. He tries to focus. He tries to have the comfortable position to think. On the back of the video, we see Vachier sipping the water. A lot of players are having water, right? At this event. I've actually not noticed players drinking so much water during the game. But yeah, I think it's just they want to be hydrated. It is, I just seen right now, it's 38 degrees Celsius here outside. It's not really hot inside. I don't really feel any heat or anything, but you know, players just still need a lot of water to hydrate.
Yes. Okay, let's continue the game between Jan and Arjun Erikaisi. So, yeah, maybe taking would be simplifying the game to more easier way. After rook takes, rook d1, and we saw h6 and bishop f2. Yeah, usually it's 2 pieces are better than the rook, bishop and a knight, but black has 2 pawns. And if you just look materially, it's 7 points against 6 points. But still, I would say white might be slightly better. Yeah. There is knight e3 coming. There is bishop g3 hitting on those centralized pawns. And eventually, we might even witness some d4 move from Arjun Erikaisi. Nepo is not on his seat. He's walking. Was he just...
He just passed, yeah.
He just passed the cast. Was it him?
And we should have also Parham with his bottle of water. Everybody has a bottle of water in hands. You have your water here. I do have my water too. It is, yeah, it is. For some of the players, it might be too hot here because we are coming from quite cold countries. And it might be a bit contrast.
Yeah, that's possible as well. Or, you know, we are chess players and we know science well, you know, to keep hydrated means like we keeping our body kind of blood flowing. That is kind of giving some more concentration to us, and because the blood is flowing through the kind of mind, and that is making the mind even work better.
Faster.
Yes, faster, better, and yeah, it's kind of natural.
Is it? It is. It is. Yeah. So Arjun is looking around. You see, he's not really looking at the board, but this is chess players can do that. Chess players can look somewhere and still think
And
about their game.
this is, I mean, the way of thinking. I look at his kind of behavior, and I think he's not calculating, but he's making strategy where to place his pieces, how to place it, and then how to strike. It is he's kind of imagining certain perfect scenarios where it would work out best way, and he's trying to place those pieces. He's not calculating ahead like 5-10 moves, but if you look at it, he's planning that 5-10 moves ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. One of the most common question to me after the Queen's Gambit was released and was very popular. Non-chess players or the people who didn't know much about chess, they were asking me if I see the pieces on the ceiling. That was quite common thing. And basically, any chess player can see the board and can play the game throughout until the end without even chess pieces. You can just do it blindfold. And you can see the boards on the ceiling, you can see boards on the window or whatever. You just need to focus.
Usually it's just on top of your head. Let's say, you know, you look up and it's like you feel like there is a board, and then you do that. It's I don't know if any chess player really kind of puts a board on the ceiling.
Yeah. Well, that's actually interesting, but Arjun right now is really thinking. He's not looking at the board. Look at it. He's not even looking at the board, but we are certain that he's thinking about his game. It's quite sharp, you know. It's an unbalanced position, and any decision can be quite crucial for both of the sides.
Yes. Since immediate threat is 93, he's maybe strategizing. Oh,
he's going to play. And
he played
there
e4.
you go. E4 is the move.
Yeah.
Hitting the knight. Now knight has to move away. There's a bishop on f2, so still, yes, protected is not really hanging, but maybe he wants to build up some of the play on that bishop.
So I guess
Jan's reaction. He's not very surprised, right? I think he was expecting this move.
let's see. After knight,
he never disappoints us with his reactions. Look at him.
I mean, he didn't really expect. Look at the eyes. Did you look at it?
That's him. He does that all the time.
Look at the eyebrows. He just raised it back. It's like he got surprised. Like, oh, okay, really that move? Because he gave that knight d4 square for the knight. And after takes, there is an interesting move of that, just taking c takes d4, where 3 pawns would be controlled, but this is kind of isolated pawn, and this is, you kind of have to guard.
Can I do rook to f8 here?
Yes, I guess that's what Arjun Nodirbek was kind of planning, probably by looking at the top, by looking away, because it looks kind of the rook has purpose.
Yeah, there are some players who don't like to show their face impressions, and then we have Jan. Okay, here's the question to chat and to you as well. We do have players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, and can be the fifth, who shows a lot of emotion.
And how about Ivanchuk Vasily?
Ivanchuk. We have these 5 players, you guys. Let us know who is the one that you love to see on the screen and their emotions. And who do you think is actually showing way too much emotions? Those 5 people are actually quite open, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we can see the reason behind Arjun's decision, which is not giving easy plan for white. That we saw knight e3 was coming, we saw bishop g3 is coming, and now it's jumping to different structure, different system. And of course, Jan has an option of taking it with a bishop. but which would be faced with pawn c5, attacking the bishop. If you move back, you would feel that d4. Yeah, so it's better to move back till the end. Or maybe an in-between move of knight to g3, then move it back, so that the e4 is hit. So I guess Jan is calculating. I mean, definitely he's not going to go to knight 3d2. Yeah, that's just too passive. Yeah.
It is too passive.
But
Indeed.
what do you say? Maybe is he considering to give that piece?
How's that?
That is just going with knight to g3. And, oh, interesting. I mean, just a rook f4 is possible as well, but besides that, rook takes f3 is possible. You know, there is a fork.
Yeah, I love that. You're like, yeah, you're giving too many pieces with black, right? After taking 95, it's not, if it's not working, you're gonna be a piece down. But it looks really, really
I guess his kind of choice is simple. Arjun, when Arjun really thought of the lines, he was like, I'm going to go just rook f4 and I feel I'm kind of fine. And in case of bishop e3, I guess kind of we are getting back to normal game where pieces exchange, and that is, it's not necessarily normal, it turns out. There is a fork.
Can I just go king to h8?
King to h8 wouldn't be, it turns out, ideal way of responding this. And the main reason is because king would be on h8, and let's see, some checks probably on the back rank, maybe rook e1 and rook e8, that's, or, yeah.
We can just make it.
We can make it on the board, take, queen e3 check, king to h1, queen to f2, rook to g1. I mean, it's a bit in depth.
Oh, God.
But how about king h7? It's the same thing, I think. Check, king h1. Oh, so yeah, it turns out that rook d6 move. Yeah.
And there's no check on the back, right?
No check on the back.
So you get this rook on the f6 or g6. Quite interesting.
So there is a positional decision and dynamic decision right now Jan has to make. If he goes strategic positional, he would be going knight to d4. If he wants double-edged, but this gives chances for the opponent as well.
Exactly.
He would go for knight g3. So he is considering between these two moves. So now let's move on to the games of Parham.
I wanted to suggest to go to see Nodirbek, Yakubov against Pragg because we have not checked that game for a while. And this was the moment when we had e5 on the board. Pawn takes the pawn, and Pragg decided to go knight e4.
Knight e4, yes.
Yeah.
And we did queen c2 move. There wasn't any e6 sacrifice of the pawn. So knight took c5 and knight going to d4. And we see on a clock, Nodirbek really thought for d takes c5 for 27 minutes.
Oof.
Wow.
That's plenty of time to spend.
And we saw knight e4, queen c2, knight to c5, and knight to d4. Very strong move.
Okay, we do have this knight game, 4 knights in the center. Not very common position. Shall we know why knight d4 is such a great move that computer gives a question mark here? Because honestly, from the first line, it doesn't look very natural because you have to still develop your pieces and castle. And instead of bishop d2, you play that move. Is that because you want to block the pawn on d5, or is that you want to avoid bishop f5? What is the idea of knight d4?
I mean, I would say the boss ideas, which is stopping d4 pawn push and before opponents developing bishop f5, both of them, it takes care of both threats. And let's imagine if white played bishop g2. Yeah, there is a bishop f5 coming, and there is that knight g3 tactics. Yeah. And when you go knight d4, you're slightly late because now bishop goes to h7. And you have to move away the queen, so you will waste some time. So Nodirbek did the right decision of going knight to d4, stopping any bishop f5 ideas.
Exactly. Now the question is what Pragg gonna do. Will he capture the knight on c3? And if you take with the queen, I'll jump another knight on e4, attacking the queen.
Yes, probably I wouldn't say he would take with the queen.
With the queen, yeah.
Yes.
And because in this case, after queen c2, black has now bishop c5 move, hitting the knight on d4, scanning on f2 pawn, and will not be so easy to defend everything, right?
Yes.
Then you have also additionally queen to b6. So that means that, as you mentioned, after knight takes c3, white has to take with a pawn on c3. And this might be the position that we will have on the board, something like bishop g7 perhaps to prepare the castle.
Yes, I guess some natural simple moves can unfold. That is, goes through the castles.
Oh, shall we actually try to get this e5 pawn, something like queen to c7? And the point being that if you play bishop to f4, I have a g5 move that I would love to play.
I see, I see. That's interesting, yes. But the thing is, you just played g5, which means you opened up the diagonal.
I did.
So if I go just bishop e3, queen e5, I have a tactical motive of taking.
Oh, so
and
powerful.
going here. So that's also possible, yes. Or maybe after take, b takes, queen c7, maybe just pawn f4. It's a little bit opening up the position of the king, but yeah, there's just bishop g2, castle, and there isn't any threats. There is no knight on g4 to make that any tactical dangerous moves. So that could be another possible line.
Exactly.
Just going to f4.
This is one way to see this game being developed, but Pragg is using his time. He has some advantage on the clock, so he's quite comfortable to that. You wanted to check the game of Parham against Aravin. Let's do that. We have quite a situation here.
Yeah, this game really turned out to be interesting, and from the earlier in the game, and we can see white is up a pawn, so which means Parham decided to accept that pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I like that rook on f-file and this bishop. I mean, I overall like white's game. Yeah, it's ideal, but black's kind of counterattack on the queen side is visible as well. So it's double-edged, I would say. Let's go back a little. Oh, okay. So let's go back a little bit earlier, where Parham accepted that pawn sacrifice. We saw e5.
Ooh, e5.
Yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. You can take that pawn, obviously, because the rook is hanging.
Bishop b2, d6, bishop g7, develop, and pawn to d3. Very interesting. Knight c6 and a4.
Arvin has very interesting styles today, right? He's trying. First, he played this a6, then
B5.
Also how the things has been developed in this game. It's very interesting. He's very active. I think he wants very much to win. He has half a point out of 2, and he tries to score in this one.
Yes, but I don't know. It's worthy to take a risk with black color. How things are. Well, okay, but let's see. a4, queen d7, knight to d2. Okay, the idea is going to f4, it turns out. But couldn't he do that with immediate knight d2 without a4? It's sooner
Yeah,
or later.
possible.
Possible.
Also possible.
Queen d7, it's not necessarily attacking yet. It's the same.
I think moves like
scenario.
a4 and knight d2, you're gonna do it, and it's just like not too much of difference which one you will do first. You just know this is your setup. You need to have a pawn on a4, you need to have a knight on b5, then another knight d2 and c4, and usually you don't really, it doesn't really matter too much, the move order.
So we have queen to d7, knight to d2, rook to b8, and knight to c4. And the interesting moment after bishop a6 came that f4 move.
I love that.
Yeah, I like that too.
Open up the file, open up the diagonal for the bishop, so g7 will be a threat later on. Very nice.
And we have takes, pawn push to d5, and knight going back to e3. But at the same time, you know, with f4, white is willing to give up that pawn that he's ahead. And we can see some interesting calculations, like bishop b5, and to that bishop b5, that bishop f6 move. And when bishop f6, look at that. Rook takes f6.
Oh, I love that. I love that. You know, these moves are something that you can play without too much calculation. You know, just go for it.
I mean, you can go for it in the blitz, you know.
Yeah, just take it. And
but on classical, you need more clarity.
I was so much. I think I was admiring too much Petrosian, Tigran Petrosian, the world champion, and his games. I studied his games, and then I was like totally crazy how he plays the games. And in most of the games that I analyzed was that he was sacrificing in exchange, right? And I had so big influence that I was sacrificing exchange in every single game. It was in this period. And then also I was just randomly sacrificing in exchange for nothing at all.
Wow.
And then I was fighting back, and it was such a craziness for me. But yeah, there's always, you just need a little thing to sacrifice an exchange. And here you have it, this little thing. You take the pawn on d5, so it's already one pawn, and you also just demolish the king side pawn structure. So this is already very good, you know, starter for this decision to make.
Yes, but interestingly, the game unfolded slightly different. After bishop b5, white decided to just take a takes b5. He is leaving that bishop f6 for the next move after rook b5. But in the meantime, black can decide to go for knight to d4 and completely stopping white's any tactical ideas.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just checking right now the chat, and we from 170 votes we reached 460 votes. So thank you guys so much for voting. And yeah, there is one player among these four that we have now at the leader's position that takes the most of the votes. And if you guys want to check it out, who is that, you can actually vote and see the current situation. And also there is a little bit discussion about the delay of 15 minutes. This is quite standard. Standard time control. You guys, the tournament is a part of the FIDE circuit, which means that the players here are actually getting some points for the candidates tournament. Very important event for the players. This is the way to go to the World Championship match, and that's why I think it is according to the FIDE regulations, this 15 minutes delay. We also have the devices that the players have been checked. And of course, no phones are allowed, no watches are allowed in the venue. Yeah, we have to carry on with that delay. Personally, I don't really like it because it's always very good to see, to have this communication with the chat live. But for the sake of the fair play, this is one of the measures that we have at the chess tournaments.
Okay, so let's have a look that Uzbek battle between
Yes, we have not actually looked too much. I thought this would be the game of a day, but now we have a lot of developments to the other game, but we have to take a look at that one.
And look at that, the queen is on h5. There was a sacrifice on f6.
Let's see how that happened.
It seems okay. We stopped around here, I guess, last time. And after knight e7, there was knight to h4, king h8, and rook takes f6.
Ooh, there we go. We wanted it in another game, rook f6, and we have it here. Very nice. What's the idea of it? What is your call?
I think it's a brilliant move, yeah. I mean, the queen is joining in the game. The rook is coming into the game. Maybe it's like kind of going for the h7 checkmate. Okay, we had something.
Just jump back. Yeah.
Let's jump back. Yeah. So it seems like more natural, clear idea for white to do. Yeah. maybe some bishop c8 comes to stop that rook on h3.
Oh, I love that move.
So g takes f6 did happen on the board, and queen to h5. So white, again, it's really easy to play with white.
Do you know what I want? I want to play rook f1, rook f3, rook h3.
Yes.
And if you stop that with the bishop c8, then I cover knight f5. So.
Yeah. Okay, and let's see. Right now you're attacking on f7 pawn as well. So black should act fast. So there's a d5 move which immediately hits the center. You can avoid it with rook f1. You can just not care. But it will result in d takes e4, rook takes, and suddenly there is knight g8 move. That's the only move technically, yeah. That is fighting back, and you don't have that f3 or f4 square. You have to go down to the f1, or you can take f7 pawn. But either way, after f7, take, maybe with bishop. You don't have that idea anymore, that is making that checkmate. Yeah, the game could unfold with takes, or takes back, queen developing to f6, so that if knight g6, there's king moves away, and knight e5, rook is on time. Yeah, the game could go wild. But taking moves back, so that's why we can expect on d5 maybe the response of e takes d5, so that f3 square is still possible to go, yeah, to make the plan. And yeah, after knight takes d5, there are some choices.
Interesting.
Okay, so it turns out, yeah, knight d5 is immediately bad. So
I was thinking maybe knight e4 to keep the knight
on the
that
board,
side, yeah.
but
the
there
pawn
is
is
pawn
hanging
is
on
hanging.
e3, yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's just take, you know, take and then rook f1. Because right now you're threatening both pieces, knight d5 and rook f6. Yeah. And the point of that d5 working more effectively is black has a counterplay on here.
Yeah.
But it's defended, so I guess you can still do that. And this game looks double-edged still, and I would say white has enough compensation for that sacrifice, for the exchange.
Yeah, I agree with that because of the pawn structure, because of the activity of the pieces, it's totally worth it to go for it. And here's the thing that black has to spend here some time to figure it out the most correct way to proceed the game. Otherwise, it can get really ugly for black.
Yes, yes.
If it's not the correct move. So that's why we have Sindarov here thinking quite deep after the exchange sacrifice that his opponent played. He has more time on the clock.
He's 15 minutes ahead. Yes.
Yeah, 15 minutes more. And yeah, this is a moment you want to figure it out how to proceed with the game, as some changes has happened there.
And let's have a look at Jan and Arjun's game and then take a quick technical break.
Okay, let's do that.
So, okay, so Jan decided to go for knight to d4. After knight takes d4, c takes d4. Oh, we expected these moves actually in our alliance, and they played accordingly. And we have seen queen to b4 and h3, and now Arjun is thinking. So it's quite expected lines that turned out. And we can see that the queen either going back or staying on white's camp. And we can see if queen to b3, there are several choices. The first choice might be the knight e3, hitting the rook immediately, or another is just pushing h3 and seeing kind of what kind of plan black is trying to do. But that knight g4, knight e3 hitting d5, but besides that, getting into the game with knight g4 and knight e5. I would prefer, I would say here, white is trying to kind of defend and planning its counterattack.
Black's pieces are quite active at this point, right? You need to just have a full control on the board with white pieces first. You cannot think of your counter ideas here to how to win the game, right? First, you need to stabilize black's threats.
Yeah.
And well, this game actually is quite interesting.
Okay,
Jan just played the
H3.
H3 move. Useful move. You might need this one in the end game. He made this move fast and left the board right away. And we are just going to take a short break, and we'll be back soon, guys. This is round 3 at UzChess Cup 2025. And we do have so far quite interesting and sharp games. Is there any game that you love to see right now?
So I guess we can have a look at Nodirbek, Yakubov, and Pragg's game because that was unfolding in a kind of interesting way.
Yeah.
And Jan's and Arjun's game seemingly heading to a draw. It doesn't seem there a huge progression on the game for now, but it depends, you know. As I mentioned, there is this idea still holds on the board. Yeah.
Exactly. We can actually just pause on this game now and go to check out the Yakubov and Pragg's game, because we do have a quite of development here in this position. And last time we saw this was exactly that situation. Knight to d4, and now black played queen to e7. Okay, we were talking about queen to c7 to go after the pawn on e5, but queen e7 is the quite interesting move. Not very natural move, right? Who puts the queen in front of the bishop? But I think it has some connection to the e file.
I guess the idea Pragg wanted to do is after f4. Okay, he played f6, but maybe I thought some kind of g5 moves and then bishop maybe developing and putting the pressure on e5 pawn. And f6, and Yakubov is thinking. I guess, yeah, it's a little bit strange to me why exactly queen is on e7. Maybe that was like fianchettoing bishop.
And Pragg thought quite some time for this position, right? It was not a very fast decision that he has made. I don't really see the time.
Yeah, it's not showing up for some reason.
We'll get probably that information later on soon. Yeah, king is still on e-file, so maybe that is his idea to have the queen there, but still.
I mean, Pragg's idea is kind of simple still, I would say. I mean, if pawn takes, he just takes with the queen,
yeah.
and then bishop just gets its development and just castle.
Exactly, and you take with the queen attacking the knight, so you're winning here the tempo, yeah.
Yes. And yes, on f6, now it's Yakubov's turn, and maybe he is considering just giving up that pawn on e5.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is that if you go queen to c7 instead, what was that? Was Yakubov trying to make a move and he took the hand back?
Probably.
Oh, it was so fast. It was really, really fast. Yeah, I actually saw this morning the video in internet. Was it from this event? I think from this event or any other event. He was playing against Arjun, I see, and he was trying to make a move, and he was taking back the hand. Was trying to make a move and trying to get it back.
We see
Farhab just crushing the video. There was a funny moment that we had. Yeah, we do have a lot of cameras in the playing venue, and after some time, we don't really see cameras being there, which is, I think, the beauty of the whole stream, that we have players unfiltered. They don't.
We can view the whole playing hall, and besides that, each player separately.
Exactly. So to explain, while
okay, he's making the move.
Yeah.
He makes the move or not?
Takes a hand back. Okay, that's really, really interesting.
Where his hand was heading. Okay, Farhab is blocking the view, but we are trying to figure out where that hand was. Was he trying to take that f6 pawn with his e5 pawn, or was he trying to take
the knight on?
Knight
he wants
on
to
e4?
capture a piece. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, he's capturing that e4 pawn. That would be an interesting actually pick. Maybe okay, he did the move.
Yeah,
he did the move. Yeah, it's e4.
I remember when I was a kid, I had one opponent who was a very strong opponent, and she would make the move. She would capture the first knight e4 and still hold the finger on it you know, just hold the finger and think about like several seconds. You can't take it back anyway. You have to let it go, but you're still thinking like that.
So it's like, yeah, the move is not fully made. I mean, you can take it back and choose another option.
That was always very mysterious for me why people were making this kind of decision. You cannot say that he's not certain or anything. It's just, I think, the way how.
No, the thing is, you said when she takes a piece or...
Yes. Any time, any move, she was like making the move and hold the finger on
No,
the
in
piece.
natural move, I would say you can hold the finger, but if you're taking a piece, you touch the opponent's piece. Now the move is already
You
made.
cannot return
Yes.
it back. But okay, we had no digital boards and we had some accidents that the piece was going back to its starting position. But yeah, we don't have, at this point, we don't have much of the players who are like...
Yes,
back.
can imagine.
Yeah.
It is double confirming yourself, maybe. That is the action,
I
yeah.
want to double check.
Okay, so Nodirbek, confident. Okay, going out of...
He cannot take the eyes off the board.
Getting out of his chair, but he's still around. Yeah. So let's see what he thought. And if d takes e4, I guess he's ready to take and go with bishop e3 next move. But probably knight takes e4. Okay, Pragg may made the move, knight takes e4. He still knows that e takes f6 is bad. I guess boss players are aware that e takes f6.
Yeah, again, he wants to play a move and he's like... he's like, okay.
So
That's very interesting, right? But also Pragg is standing there. Pragg can guess which move he wants
he's
to play.
trying to do bishop g2. He
Bishop
touched
G2,
f1. Yes.
Bishop
okay.
G2, probably.
Okay. So that will be the ideal move.
You can see Pragg there, like shaking his shoulder. The engine bar favors white in this position, right?
Yes, because there is an idea of giving up that pawn just here.
And he plays bishop to g2.
Yes, he's done a great job here. So if takes, queen e5, you have that sacrifice.
Oh, wow. Point being that if you take the knight back, the queen gets into the game with the check and the rook is hanging in the end.
Yes.
And white's king is safe. There's no any dangerous check or whatever.
Yes. So yeah, boss players are aware, and maybe Pragg missed that point when he made the move of queen e7, you know, because queen e7 protects that c6 pawn.
Yeah, but like, okay, let's be fair. You don't see the threat. The knight c6
that far.
It's somewhere the threat, because you have a pawn guarding the pawn. It's a beautiful chain for black's side, and you don't very often see that threat coming. Very interesting situation. And another thing is that after bishop to g2, you cannot really move the knight away because knight is stuck there.
Yes, that's another point. Exactly.
If you get knight to c5,
I mean, knight can be hit, but just even simple castle move is good. Yes.
Because we have to also look at the g6 square. There is a weakness on that side.
Yeah. So I would say it would be just a waste of move just to get him back the knight.
Shall black play here f5 to maintain the knight in the center?
f5? Okay, that's an interesting move. That's a protecting. Yeah. I would maybe consider that option so that I don't lose a pawn with black. Yeah.
But here again, like, shall white take the pawn on c6? Because the rook on a8 is still not protected.
An interesting thing, yes. Okay. Exactly. What do you say? But there is that kind of moves takes queen to d7.
Okay,
and takes your queen is out of the game for a moment. Bishop c5, castle is coming, bishop maybe getting out. Yeah, queen is kind of trapped, and you get two rooks. But there should be some precise calculation. Yeah, there is bishop f2. There is definitely some compensation for black. Yeah, but of course, white. The computer favors white. So yeah, it's a bit unclear. And players could be thinking right now, yes, how to progress this game further. And
there is this. Yeah, go ahead.
yes, just F5. One more point. Naturally, doesn't feel kind of good to me because of that connected and protected pass pawn, and which could serve as maybe some tactical motives in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that. Another thing what Black can do here, Pragg is taking his time, and I'm sure he senses that something is already wrong in his position. He has to be very careful. But let's say if Black takes on e5 and White takes it back, we notice that Queen e5 might be quite crucial for Black. But there is still this Queen to c7 move to guard the pawn on c6. Give up the knight on give up the pawn. Let's say bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, and is there a way that Black can say that, okay, I gave you the pawn, but I have a perfect bishop advantage,
Yes,
and I am still fine in this position?
Yes, the immediate move would be bishop h3, stopping from castle and fast development. And I would say all the white is up a pawn. That's on, they are doubled pawns. They are technically doubled isolated pawns. Yeah, the advantage is not clear. But considering the game is dynamic, white can still capitalize on that d6 square. Yeah. So, and probably since short castle side is cut off by the bishop on h3, there will be long castle ideas.
Okay.
And maybe knight on f5, and that getting to d6 square, where that pawn can show its advantage. And here, although we said it's like double pawns, isolated pawns, they are serving a purpose. This e2 is acting as a defender, protecting the king around. This e5 acting as an attacker. So if e2 pawn is not there, king might be a bit weak. Because e2 is there, king feels safe. Because e5 is there, you can go attack and be aggressive. So yeah, I would say maybe the compensation is not necessarily like enough. White is still better. And alternative option would be not just queen c7, because you just made the move earlier with the queen. Maybe it's just getting the bishop out to d7. But it's again comes down to giving up the pawn. After bishop e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4.
So interesting situation in this game. I think queen e7 was the crucial one for both players that we have seen here.
I would say maybe it was a miss by Pragg, that 96. Yes, just it was how many moves ahead he should be aware. F6.
I think when he played queen e7, he had to stay there.
Yes, it's not too deep, but it's still kind of 4 or 5 moves ahead. And considering it's not just one liner, you have to calculate all the other lines around. He probably might have missed that point. And he might have missed the point after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, the queen is opening up. Yeah. But we have the move on the board because...
Yeah, Pragg took the pawn on e5.
Took the pawn.
Yeah. A question here is, can I take the knight c6 right away without capturing the pawn? Even though we just saw that Yakubov took the pawn back on e5, but can I still consider a knight c6 move?
I mean, it's a bit dangerous because you want to keep the first kind of safety, because now after this, the only move you have protection is knight b4, which will be met by bishop takes b4, and that's check on your king, and your queen is hanging right there.
Yeah, and if I play knight to d4?
Knight to d4 would be your second best choice, but you already gave some moves for the opponent. So queen b6 or even queen a5 check is possible. So
the f2 is a big hole there.
Yeah, your knight is in danger, and your knight is in danger by boss pieces. So you have to do something, and probably...
Yeah, you don't necessarily need that. Yeah. You can postpone all these things after taking on e5. Exactly, that's what Yakubov just did it. He has 30 minutes at this point. He has spent quite some time Prag has 42 minutes. The time control is the classical time control with 90 minutes for the start of the game for 40 moves, with 30 seconds increment for each move. And then after 40 moves, the players are getting extra half an hour. But you know what is interesting? We do have this time control only for masters. But in the playing venue, we do also have the challengers and the futures. And we also have the open tournament. In the other tournaments, the time control is without 13 minutes after 40 minutes.
I see.
Yeah, it's a bit of tricky situation here for the players, but that was announced by the chief arbiter by the start of the tournament. And once again, in my opinion, that happened because the tournament is a part of the FIDE circuit and should be the standard time control as any other tournaments too. What is your preferable time control? Do you like it with the 30 minutes increment after 40 moves or without?
I mean, it depends, preferably without 30 minutes.
Really?
Yes,
I love to think. I want to have time on the clock. I want to have this 30 minutes, increment.
I mean, maybe this is mainly because over the last 6 years, as I told you, I didn't play classical games, but I was still playing chess and mainly online games, blitz games. Yeah, not even necessarily rapid or classical on that 30 minutes on chess.com or yes. But because I played bullet and blitz games a lot, I would prefer to flag my opponents, let's say, to put my opponent in trouble. Yeah.
Okay. I see the point.
And if they have extra 30 minutes, it's kind of a bit more challenge for me to put them in a more and more trouble. Yeah. Sometimes you make double-edged decisions, and if the time is not sufficient, you put the opponent in a situation where they have to figure out key moves.
Exactly.
And if they have sufficient time, they would have a better chance to figuring that out.
Yeah, and I think for the sake of the interest of chess, it's much better to have not too much time because chess is already quite long duration sport. But yeah. Everyone has its own preferences. You guys, thank you so much for voting in our poll, and we had more than 600 votes, and we had actually 500 people watching at that time, and I was like, who voted twice? But it's not really possible. But thank you so much for doing that and choosing your player. Who do you think gonna be the sole leader after this round? We're gonna have very likely 1 or 2 leaders after this round, unless all of them decides to make a draw. And now I think we do have some time to take a look to another very interesting game, which is between Nepo and Arjun Ergaisi. Unbalanced position, rook and pawn versus 2 pieces. They are taking it a bit slow, right?
Yes, and I was thinking of knight e3 move, maybe going to g4 and e5, and there was an interesting move played by Jan, that is knight to g3. What do you say? What is the plan for knight to g3?
The plan of knight to g3.
You see that on the board as well, yeah? Jan is already out of his chair. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to get this knight on.
Where exactly the maneuver?
E2?
No, f2 dropping.
Yeah, it's not possible.
It's like knight h1 and then go for
no,
this.
he wants to play bishop e3, and he moved away the knight. Yeah, he wants to play bishop e3 next move.
Okay, rook f6. Arjun is waiting. Yeah. Arjun is just making waiting move. I mean, you can choose your idea. You can choose your option. What do you say? Knight h5 would be all right here, or too dangerous?
Knight h5 might be the kind of invitation for a draw. Like knight h5, rook f5.
Your knight is going too far, which means I might attack right there.
Plans. Okay.
Yes, because takes probably not queen, because
queen d1, yeah.
Yes, queen d1 you get forked, and if king takes, I'm gonna take some pawns right there.
Yeah, very interesting. You might collect 3 pawns for the knight, 4 pawns for the knight.
Yes.
Which
I would say maybe 2 pawns, but you had 2 pawns earlier when you got the rook and 2 pawns against bishop and a knight. Yeah. So
Yeah, bishop e3 looks to me quite logical move here to somehow get out of the pin on a file. And you can also, like, the queen on b3 creates so much
yeah, but
unpleasant situation for white, because pawn on b2 is hanging, the bishop on e3 is hanging. You cannot play openly any of those moves.
I mean, black can plan. I mean, if you're not planning, if you're playing safe with white, black can plan on the queen side. So yeah, it is becoming more and more double-edged if bishop e3 is on the board. And the edge might be towards Arjun's side, yeah. Because it's still really hard to make a plan, to make a progress with white. Or what do you say? What could be white's plan here? Besides that kind of knight maneuver and putting the knight on e5 right now after bishop e3. How?
I think preferably white would like to trade the queens here, so I would just find a way how to do that. Maybe rook to e2, queen to c3, because white is kind of stuck in this position, cannot freely move the queen away, cannot freely move the bishop away or rook. So that would be queen, rook to e2, queen to c3, something like that. Yeah, it's not so clear to me what else.
I mean, probably black would play rook to c6 to stop that queen c3 plan as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Jan will take here some time, and we have to go back to the game of Nodirbek, Yakubov, and Pragnananda,
And we do see.
because we do have on the board knight to c6, a brilliant move done by Yakubov. I'm sure Pragg has seen it, and he went for this line. He went for his line, and he's not going to take this knight back with the pawn because it will be quite crucial for him. But what is his idea here? Is he going to play something like queen to f6 to hit the knight and also look for f2 square?
I would say yes. But so which means after queen f6, white is forced to take bishop e4. That's the only way to kind of hold the piece and save yourself from queen f2. And after d takes e4, queen e4 is coming with a check. And Pragg definitely kind of calculated it is still opposite colored bishop, you know? So the game could head for a draw. Quite a good chances for a draw, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking maybe it's not the ideal to trade the queens for white. Can we find some option here, something else to keep the queens on the board? Then we might attack the king.
There is queen g6 check, yeah. Queen to f7, and maybe queen going to d6, yeah. But I guess black can just chase and focus on just exchanging that queens. But eventually, black is making his queen position more and more ideal at the cost of white's queen not finding the right spot to move away. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's say if queen to d3, it's just castle and just your king is in the middle, it's stuck, yeah. And yeah, it wouldn't be that ideal choice to keep the queens on the board and letting black castle and keeping your king in the middle, which is gonna be under attack.
Yeah, well, this is the sideline. This the line might happen, but currently we have knight to c6 on the board, and it's a brilliant move. Both players know it's a brilliant move. It's a good move. Now it is Pragg's time to take the decision to make the correct move. We can actually move forward to see the game of Sindarov against Vachier-Lagrave, because this is the we don't have too much of the moves here after the last moment we visited, but we have the key points here that white tries to get f5 square, and black is controlling that. And next move we considered was rook to f1, rook f3. But there's also this pawn hanging on f7. How important it is to get this rook into the game fast as possible, or can we take the pawn on f7
The
first?
pawn f7 would allow black's pieces to get into the game. How exactly? Because after bishop f7, king g7, you have to move that bishop back somewhere to safety. And that line, that diagonal opening up, lets the queen to get into the game with queen e8. Yeah. So, which means you have to respond. You cannot keep the queen on h5. Taking means the end of your attack. Yes. So you have to get it back to f3. But here it's already a very smooth game for black to just go to king to h8 and making his other plans on the board, because this way, I mean, the attack is still on the board, but it's not clear how it unfolds. What is white's idea? The queen is not on h5 anymore. It's a little bit less active square that is on f3.
Yeah, and also the fact that the pawn on f7 was just in between the pieces, was stopping black's pieces to be active and to defend the king. Now, because it's gone, black has more space to move the pieces around. The queen can get now into the game. While when we have the pawn on f7, this queen is a bit out of the fight.
And as a side additional thing, the queen is also protecting b5, which means that pushing pawn is possible for Sindarov.
Yeah, exactly, to have some kind of counterplay. We do have a move, they played rook to f1, and Sindarov very quickly played bishop to e6 to offer a piece trade. Obviously, this is a logical decision to make. When you have an extra material, you always want to trade the pieces, and also just to eliminate the very strong bishop on this diagonal.
Yes.
And we kind of expect here from white not to take the bishop on e6, because then pawn will take back and will control f5 square. But something like knight d5 would make a sense to stop any trade.
Yes, I mean, you're heading for knight f6 and checkmate. So you can expect black taking that knight. Yeah, either way, with bishop or a knight. But either way, I guess white is responding with bishop takes d5. And then bishop takes, yes. And white still has a momentum, and the idea of knight f5 and this can be on the board, because knight f5 is taking care of g7 square in case of rook g8 and rook g7.
I think the game between Pragg and Arjun will soon end. Let's take a look at this position, because they are repeating the moves.
Yeah, just before going to that position, I noticed one thing, and that is most of the players in this game playing with very high accuracy. With Shamsuddin Vohidov playing with 100% accuracy, and Vachier Sindarov with 99.3% accuracy, which is very
I don't know why I'm not surprised that they said those are the top players of the country, and they are like so well experienced, all of them. Yeah, I'm quite unhappy to see my own accuracy drops down sometimes.
Whoa. Yeah, now let's get into that Parham and Arjun.
Yeah, I don't know, like this I just saw what happened here. I thought the game will end peacefully in a draw, and we do have a different decision. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, the game seemingly was heading for a draw. As we can see, it's opposite colored bishop, and even black is up a pawn, although that pawn is like really weak, and rook a3, rook to c6. Wow. I mean, you cannot take that c6 rook, obviously, because you're going to get forth. Yeah, you would lose that queen. And we did see rook to c3 and back and forth these moves. And yes, as you were saying, they are heading for a draw. And Parham Maksudli decided to take a risk and go to queen to a4. It's a blunder, but it's a blunder in only one case. And that is Arjun have to figure out that bishop d6 move which
This
is
is a
hitting the
crazy
knight, hitting the knight and leaving your bishop in danger.
This is a brilliant move, bishop to d6.
Yes.
So basically, the bishop is hanging two ways,
Yes. So you just.
but you just ignore that. And after knight takes on d6, now you can take the rook.
Yes.
So point being that at the point when bishop was on e7, you could not take the rook on c6, right?
Yes.
Because there is this 97 check in the end, and
First,
you're
yes,
winning
yes.
the exchange. Or you're winning the piece, actually.
Yes.
So this is not working. And queen e4 was played quite fast by Parham. At this point, I'm sure he already sees this bishop d6. Don't you think he sees this bishop d6?
So let's have
And
a
this
look. And bishop d6 is played on the board.
Oh my goodness.
It is on the board. Yeah.
It is on the board. Oh wow.
Let's see his
That's a brilliant move by Arvin. Even though the bishop is hanging twice, there is a pin on the diagonal. The rook on c6 cannot really move, and the rook on f4 is hanging. So, what white can do here? What is the possibilities to?
I mean,
save?
he has to give up an exchange. But there, I mean, right now both rooks are under attack. The thing is, so there is no way to save both of the rooks. Let's say we explored knight d6 line where you're gonna lose your c6 rook. But although there could be some compensation, that's after taking back d4 pawn, you are still active. Another line, if you really try to not give up c6 rook with rook a6, let's say, but eventually you're giving up another one on f4. So that wouldn't be ideal either way. Yeah. So I guess Parham has no choice. He would
Yeah,
give
he
up.
has to go for it. And just imagine a move before he had the option to take the draw. As the opponent was repeating, he deviated the line of a draw, and now he has to play long game to save the position.
It's interesting. It reminds me of kind of several situations, even the one that happened with myself. Yeah. Back when I played in team tournament in Malaysia, basically we have 4 people in the team. And the thing is, all family members. Yeah, the first board was my father, and second board my brother Jahangir, and third board me, and fourth board my another
Your
brother.
father or your uncle, all your really?
No, father, family. Yes.
Really, your father also plays?
I mean, he's grandmaster. Yes.
Oh my God! I didn't know that.
Oh really?
Oh my goodness! So, like, how many members of the family play chess?
5. I guess my mom plays just at beginner level as well, so 6 members, everybody. Yeah.
Wow, that actually is brilliant to have a family as a team at the
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, we know Polgar's family, yes, but they have 3 members who has international titles.
Yeah, there's also a Kramnik Balan family. They are also 3 members. Yeah.
And if you look at my family, we have 4 members that has international titles. Yeah.
You're winning the competition. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, the funny thing is, in that tournament, I didn't notice the score, I wasn't aware of the score. I thought I have to win. And I was playing the rook endgame. There were 2 rooks on the board, and there was a repetition. And the thing is, at that moment, even my opponent offered a draw. Yes. But by facial expression of my father, I thought the game ended up, maybe my father lost the game, and it turned out he won the game. He won the game. So we were actually leading 2-1. Yes. Yeah. And at that time, what I did is, like, my opponent literally offering a draw, and I'm like, I had to win this game, I had to do something. I had to take a risk.
And you had no time to look
on the score. It was a rapid game, so pretty much I'm in time trouble. We are on the end game. We are all about to finish the game, technically. Yeah. And at that moment, I'm like, no. And then I'm taking the risk, and after 2 moves, I'm blundering. Like, maybe it's not 2 moves. It's like literally the next move. Maybe I said no, and I made that like queen a4. But it wasn't necessarily queen a4 move, but like a queen a4 move. Yes.
Yeah, that's a tough moment indeed to have. Parham sitting there. not happy. And there's also, of course, you don't need to ask for other players to come and check it out. Your blunder. We do have after Saturo observing the game. We have also, I think Pragg is walking there. We do have a lot of people just checking out what is happening here.
Yes, Parham was one step away from taking a draw, and this Queen A4 was a bit, I would say, premature risk. Yeah, you have to double consider.
He had
before
active
doing that.
pieces, and he thought that the draw probably would be there if the opponent plays rook to a3.
Yes.
But oi, Parham.
Yeah, a bit kind of sad. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's still thinking.
And he's about to make the move.
He's considering which one gets the most compensation, which one
Yeah.
on which one he would have fighting ability.
Yeah, and he has to fight for a draw. This is a bit.
He was in a mood to, like, from the beginning, you know, he's gonna kind of play for the win, because as we have seen opening by Aravin, it was a bit not natural opening, that is a6 and d5 and giving up the pawn. But yeah, the key moment, I would say, maybe it was not humanly visible, I'm not sure, where he could have gone for something interesting. Oh, and that was, instead of taking back the bishop, it was that bishop f6 move earlier in the game.
Parham trying to make the move. Not so sure. Yeah, look at him. Oi.
Oh,
Not
time-wise
easy
as well,
moment for Parham.
he's like...
But it's not bad for him. It's not that he will just resign next move, right? He has just made a blunder, but he can still carry on and try his best to make a draw.
I would say Aravin have anyways higher chances of winning. Besides kind of being up in exchange, of course, okay, white has compensation. There is a time difference, you know, over 30 minutes. And we are not close to move 40.
Yeah,
So there is
move
still
27, so 34 moves.
And yeah, on those certain moves, Aravin can create some traps and some counter ideas where Parham might not be able to respond in the most effective way.
Exactly.
So we do see knight
and
to d6.
he took the bishop. He took the bishop on d6. Had not much of the options and choices. And this game will continue much longer for him, with only goal to try to achieve a draw. But yeah, it happens. We all have been to this kind of situation, more or less. And we know what does it mean.
Yeah, Parham might be secretly hoping that his opponent takes with the queen instead of with the rook.
And what happens in that case?
In that case, you wouldn't trade the queens. You would go queen takes d4. And he cannot take that knight because the rook is dropping. And if he makes other moves, I mean, his attack is more aggressive.
Yeah.
So
that means that Aravin has to take the rook with a rook here in this position.
Yes.
And to try to pressure a lot. I see that Pragg is walking a lot, while himself he had quite a bit of task to solve. But I see that queens are off the board. Let's take a look what has happened there.
So queen f6 was played, bishop e4 takes, queen e4, queen e6, and yes, okay. We explored bishop e7 move earlier, maybe going for opposite colored bishop. But Pragg decided to go for queen e6, keeping the bishop pair as compensation for the lost pawn.
Exactly.
And we did see knight e5, bishop d6, and queen trade. And rook g8. So black does have a compensation of bishop pair for the lost pawn, but his rook's positioning, I don't like it that much. Yeah, this knight is controlling and stable. And I would say there is bishop f4 move coming next. We'll see. Maybe that bishop f4 will be played by Yakuboyev, or his rook is a bit not ideal as well. Maybe he gets his rook into the game. But bishop f4 looks to me more natural.
To get rid of the one of the pair of bishop
Yeah, and then
to
just,
open up your other rook to get on d file. Looks really nice. Yeah.
or even kind of do long castle. That's kind of works out probably the same way.
I think bishop is on f4. They have just played this move.
As I just played this one, yeah, okay.
I guess so. Let me double. Yeah, bishop to f4 has been placed. Can I play king to f7 in that position?
Oh yes, that's that doesn't seem to be the best move to play here, bishop to f4, because after king f7, more or less you're going for that isolated, I mean, opposite colored bishop scenario.
Well, we do have this queen camera still on the game of Parham and Arabin.
Oh,
And
whoa.
look at this.
Yes,
Arabin just played queen to c6.
Queen to c6.
And this
There
is
a
the move
pawn.
with this.
Yes.
We were talking that it's not the best move here.
So Maksudlu got a chance. He's back in the game, basically. He's surviving. And if queen c5, he's kind of trying to trade the queens. He moves away with queen e5. Yeah. And if d4, then he finally exchanges that. But the thing is, he got that extra pawn.
I would choose white pieces here. Because look at the pawns being connected, bishop being super active. The f7 will be a target at some point. And white's king is quite safe here. So this is quite nice position.
It's easily manageable game, yes, for Parham.
And if not queen trade, then white, as we mentioned earlier, white can start a serious attack on the king side with knight f5 next move, going after g7 pawn. And also there will be some ideas to sacrifice an exchange on f6 and to try to weaken the king side.
Yeah, let's say, and besides that, you're attacking here.
Yes.
There's that discovery. So let's say if rook c1, the tactic you mentioned can work out really effectively after take, take. You're hitting that f7. So if queen c7, maybe protecting, you have knight f5.
Yeah, and going after the dark squares on the king side.
Yes, yeah, protecting this is kind of, really not easy. Yeah, like you don't have clear idea against it.
Hey, this might be the best blunder that Parham made. Queen a4, if he gets the position like that, when he can start to attack on the king side.
But queen c6 was fast, yes?
Yeah.
By Arabin. So he didn't think deeply, or what he was afraid. I mean, he thought maybe queens are not trading, so which means he's in danger. Queens were eventually trading as well. But the thing is, he's not giving up d5 pawn. Yeah, it's not clear what was his thought process, but I would say it wasn't as bad as we evaluated earlier. It was still playable. Yeah.
The game has ended between Sindarov and Vachier-Lagrave. Let's take a look. The game actually ended faster than we would expect.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's a draw, so we had a repetition here.
So, oh, okay. The rook f6 move was played.
Okay.
Knight to g8, rook to f3, knight to f6, and we had that repetition attacking queen back and forth. Let's have a look at the accuracy. Yeah, accuracy 98.8 to 99.4. The reason why it dropped from 100 for Vachier Shamsuddin was that rook f6.
Yeah, it was a very nice trap by Sindarov.
Yes.
Very nice trap to give up the pawn, and then to go for this knight f6, knight g4 idea. I love that trap.
I mean, that giving up either pawns on f7 or f6 would bring his pieces closer for defending. Yes.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so this game is done, but we do have other game also perhaps progressing towards the draw. This is Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Richard Rapport. We do have the end game with bishop and the knight on the board. Richard had already had end game against Jan Pomnishi when he had bishop against the knight, and he tried his best to get something out of that position. But here in this one, it seems that white has not any entrance point to the king side or queen side.
Although this pawn is isolated pawn, looks weak, you don't have the way to go and get it. So yeah, black is holding quite well, and Although on the pawn camps, he has two solid pawn. White has two solid pawn camps, and black has three with one isolated pawn on a6. Knight is guarding that key square for penetration and managing, I would say, all right. But still, I mean, I would prefer this game as white, because white is the one that is pushing for the win. But black can successfully defend this without maybe hard tries, but still, while white's king is more active compared to black, white can use some tricks towards the end game.
Yeah, before we take our break, let's take a look at the game on the challengers, where we have Vitaly Sribuk against Nicolas Teodorou. The current position in the variant is very interesting because we do have queen and the rook on the back rank that are threatening some checks, quite powerful checks. But black also has the pawn on d3, which is quite powerful. And here we do have actually black to move.
Just g6, I would say, would save that. H8 square. Or even g5, depends on your mood, you know, how aggressive you want to play or how safe you want to play. But g6 looks to me more natural. g5 is slightly riskier, exposing the king a lot more. So I would say it's still playable for both sides. And yeah, considering the pawn is on d3, black might have some better chances. But let's see how the game can unfold after g6. What do you say white's plan could be? It's kind of going against the king, but it's not successful for now. So.
Yeah, it's when we do have this position when the rook is in front of the queen, very often it's not really resulting in a checkmate. We don't have any check here in this position, and I think with white we have to look for d-file, like something like rook to d8 or queen to d8 to control the file would be just, I think, quite nice.
Yes, it's taken care of. There is no progression for black. Yeah. And I would say maybe rook to b2, attacking the pawn. But at the same time, let's that rook b6, d6 move, but you gotta be careful. This could be a big trap set up by black.
Exactly. Is that a check on b1?
Yes, there is a check on b1, and you blocked your own queen with rook d6. Look at that.
And after g3, you take the pawn knight on f3, and
you're getting mate. Yes.
Well, this is the current situation also in the challengers. And we have so far covered all the games in the Masters, and I think this is the last time for us, last chance to take a short break before the time scrambles, because we couldn't leave the games. So far, we don't have any time pressure for the players, but by the time we're back, we're gonna have some of them. So we are taking a short break, guys, and we will be back shortly. This is round 3 at UzChess Cup 2025. We do have 2 games down and it has been a draw. 3 games in progress in the Masters tournament. The game that has been finished while we were on a break was between Nepo and Arjun. Maybe we can see the final few moves where they agreed on a draw.
So we stopped right at this moment, and just one move happened, King H2 and A5, and after which we saw the repetition. And the game ended up in a draw.
Yeah.
So we have Arjun scoring 2 out of 3, and Jan 1 out of 3 with a first round loss against Sindarov, and Arjun with a first round victory against Jakubov Nodirbek. Yeah. He's leading with 2 points.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the Parham and Aravin. That was another very interesting game that actually developed also quite nice way.
So after Queen D4, Aravin decided to give back the exchange with Rook D3. After Queen D3, we saw Queen D6. And although Aravin still maintained pawn advantage, but it's not necessarily like a strong pawn. After Rook D4, the pressure built up on D5 pawn, and after Rook D8, E4, and White is taking that pawn back.
Exactly, and then White will have this passed pawn on D5 himself. So G6 has been just played, and White is on the way to take the pawn on D5. So I think at this point, both of the players might think the draw was such a good result earlier because they were playing a long game here, but not necessarily one side is better or wrong here. Black has very nice blockade of the pawn on D5, and because White has a light square bishop, cannot really push too much this pawn forward. And well, another game between Nodirbek, Vachier-Lagrave, and Richard Rapport develops in a way of draw. And today we might have the first day when we have all the draws in this round. We are kind of going to that direction.
Yeah, I mean, in the earlier predictions, I was actually saying that the players already got the rest. Yeah, they can show their best of themselves already, and so far.
And they are showing. They are playing all their best. That's why it comes as a result a draw. No one has really blundered that badly. We had some few blunders, but not that difficult to then carry on. Here in this position, we do have the H pawns and A and B pawns. White has a bit of space advantage here because White's king is a bit active. That's why the engine prefers here White's side. B5 has been just played in this position.
Bishop
Bishop. What was the last move? Bishop
B5
to A5, yeah.
and Bishop to A5. And interestingly, I'm not sure regarding computer suggestion, but it is suggesting pushing pawn to B4, making that a 2-pawn weak. Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah. The thing is why I wasn't sure, because your knight has to be there to protect it. Yeah.
No, my knight will be on C3 next move, for sure. Like, you cannot really stop me doing that.
Yes.
Even if we play king to D4, I can I? Wait a moment. If I play knight to C3 here...
That would be not ideal, because after knight A2, your knight is kind of caged.
Yeah, I can take bishop B4, knight A2, and bishop to D2.
Yes.
And the knight is trapped.
But it turns out if B4 does happen on the board, Black's plan would be, if king D4 or king D3, not going for A2 pawn, but for H4 pawn. And there is bishop D8 is not possible because of fork. So it might be better for White to go to that pawn through king to D3, so that you don't get into the fork after knight C6 check, knight E7 and knight E6. But knight F5, F4 moves, goes closer for the pawn, and if you go for king C4, we can't see knight to G6. And if bishop D8, again knight E5 check. You cannot take that pawn again because of fork. It's
Yeah.
beautiful knight
Knight
maneuvers
move, but
around.
this is so engine-like move before, otherwise you don't really push the pawn because this pawn will never come back. So that's why here Richard made the move.
So
knight
it was a strange decision for me,
Yeah.
like to go for b4.
Yeah.
So we do have knight e7, although mentioned mistake by the engine, but this is the best human move possible, I would say. Yeah. Or the second best move according to computer's engine. So yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of have a feeling that in the end games, engine needs a bit more time to really understand what is happening, especially in the theoretical end games. So difficult for the engines to understand
Yes.
this truth of chess. So knight e7, king f4, and knight to c6 has happened. Bishop went back to c3 to control f6 square. Now white wants to access to g5 square.
Yes, and
Take the pawn.
it's almost unstoppable. Yeah. The only way is, again, if you look at the engine, that's pushing pawn to b4. And the point is, after bishop to a1 or b2, knight going to e7, and knight going to d5, yeah, and knight going to c3.
So let's say king g5.
King
We'll
g5.
play knight to d5.
Oh, okay. So we will come back to this point. The computer has even more perspective, more resources than us. But we'll see if the king takes. Okay, first king to f5 because it's h pawn. King goes to h6 or any other moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, king goes to h6, and we can see king g4 here. Here, I mean, black takes back the pawn. So we have to keep the pawn on h4. So maybe we just make a move with bishop. Knight c3 is still good, but opponent can wait as well for us going to here with just pawn a5 move. But again, as we said, this is so computerish. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But black has to make a move, and before seems to me the logical move. Can I do also a5 here?
a5 would be not as ideal as b4, because now king g5 can be done in a more smooth way. Because now if you go b4, I can move anywhere. You just wasted a move.
I was thinking to play a4 to trade the pawns, and then as the a file is a8 is light square, then I was thinking to give up the knight for the h pawn. So
I think that would have worked out if bishop was on b2 or somewhere else, because bishop is on c3. White can just push his pawn b4 and say no to the trades.
so keep as much pawns as possible in this position.
Yes. Which we can see by engine, it's like, or by Evolbar, it's hugely favoring white.
Yeah, but Richard plays a5 here in this position.
He does?
He does.
Whoa. So yeah, after 3 rounds, we can see the lead that would be taken by Nodirbek. Yeah, if he
converts. He has to
if he
convert
converts.
it. A5 is a very natural move to before is not the move unless you see this idea.
Yes.
Knight d5.
King g5, yeah, simple move, the natural move, and a4, and we should see b4.
Yeah, a4. I just play like Richard drop first.
Yeah.
Wow, very interesting. Before should be, you can play before, you can also not touch this pawn, right? Like if you take a takes b, b takes a, b takes a, it's already almost drawn.
Yes, because it's easier
Knight
to
is
defend
knight
with just
f5.
one pawn. Yes, but with 2 pawns, you have to be accurate, and yeah, with 2 pawns, I think white can convert this. And those mistakes happened just before they reached move 40. So if Richard made the key move and then of course he has to be accurate as well here. He could have made that b4 move, and after bishop b2, he's after doing knight e7, then he could have figured it out, But he has to know what exactly to play, because here, what if white doesn't go for king g5 and waits another move, bishop a1? It's a kind of tempo, those things, tricks where we see in kind of deep puzzles, endings. Yeah, in Russian we call this kind of situation sometimes etudes. Yeah, where every single tempo matters, where every single move matters.
I agree with that. Yeah, so interesting. Like, imagine if Richard loses this game, like it was equal position, and little bit inaccuracy would actually cost him a whole point. Nodirbek has a lot of time to figure it out, 35 minutes.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I
he will not
think
rush.
I think he already sensed that something is on his side now. Look at his body language. He's very active. You can very often just recognize where the player is comfortable with the position and thinks that has an advantage.
He is thinking in depth, yeah. But the thing is, how did we reach this position? Let's go back. That's where we stopped. Rook c1. Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. So queen b2 check was played. King to f3.
Oh. Oh, wow. With the queens on the board, knight on the board, rooks on the board, you go for king to f3, which is a good move.
Nice. And yeah, this is a top engine move, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Key idea here. And after rook d8, queen c2 takes. And as we can see, that's where isolated pawn became some weakness on black's game. But black has piece development and he's ahead, and that king f3 is not on its natural place or safe place. So we did see knight d5, rook e1, and even there was an offer to go for the rook endgame, where that e6 becomes really weak. So of course, Richard didn't go for this, and we had rook exchanges, another rook exchanges, and pawn trades. And that's where Nodirbek Abdusattorov managed to trick Rapport Richard on this system. Bishop f2 and bishop e1. And bishop e2. Wow. You see, from this position, Nodirbek Abdusattorov reached to what we saw, you know, where he had a winning chance. Of course, here he had an advantage of active king, more space. But it didn't look like he has a clear winning plan or anything. It looked like the game is heading to a draw. Just 3 pawns remained on the board, same structure, it's just bishop versus a knight. But yeah, he managed to trick Rapport in this endgame. And knight d5 was the first accuracy by Richard Rapport. It turns out, just if you set up your knight on e5, it is more of a draw rather than other squares like knight g6, bishop e1 or g3, then knight d5. It's kind of going back and forth. Not much progression for each side. Yeah, would be adding no, but let's see. Can we? No, we have to defend the pawn. And let's see, here may be a trick, but there is a5 or b5 move, so which means some exchange of the pawns would happen.
I think the reasoning of having some chances now for Abdusattorov is the feeling of not to have a problem here, not to have a danger for Richard, because it looked so drawish.
Similar, yes, drawish.
You don't really see this happening before. Now is on the board in the current position. And from now on, I think it's pretty much clear for White's plan. King takes h5 next move, and this king and pawn will start to go forward. Another idea is that you can keep this h pawn there on the side to get the attention of opponent's king, and then try to sneak on the other side and get another pawn.
Yes. Okay, knight e7 is on the board. I guess Richard's idea was to get that h pawn, and he thought it's still kind of manageable and drawish. King to h5, king to f5. If king to h6, it's gonna be king g4, h3, knight f5 check. But yeah, he's going the other way around. Here check, king f6. maybe that was a miss. Yeah, if just a pawn. The thing is, your earlier plan, if this worked out, was so ideal. Like, if b takes happen, you can just give up this knight for a pawn and just go and rest on a8.
Exactly.
Okay. So yeah, Nodirbek Abdusator, we would have a decisive result probably on this game. Okay, Nodirbek, Yakubov versus Pragg. Let's see how it unfolded. Bishop f4, king f7 unfolded, and bishop d6, king takes g6. So we are on opposite color bishop scenario, and game looks quite chill from this moment. Yeah.
I think, yeah, they have made a few more moves.
Few more moves.
And from what Black had, I think Pragg made a good job to get into this position where he has way more chances to make a draw.
Yes.
The thing is that, okay, White has extra pawn, but Black doesn't have that much of clear weakness in the position that White can carry on. And on the other hand, Black can activate the rook on c2, next one, or try to offer the rook trade. Like now, rook trades would be just preferable for Black to go to the bishop endgame, where it's clear draw.
With bishop d7 or just bishop h3, just triggering the trade.
And the game against Parham Arvin, we also have a stabilized position. They have made few more moves, and if we go to the final position, it's actually very interesting how Black managed to coordinate the pieces on the dark squares, and there's no check also, and yeah, Black has a full control over the board.
Yeah, there is one weakness here, maybe more or less, but yeah, I mean, Black's king is also safe compared to White's king, but they are at move 40, so they got additional time added to their clock, 30 minutes.
King g7 has been played,
so I think they will continue for more. And yeah, we see no one on the board.
Everybody loves the board.
Everybody loves the board. Yeah. Yeah, it's a time. Yeah,
sometimes when you have the increment on the clock, you can just walk, get some water, get some rest, because what I've noticed, the blunders have been made before 40 moves.
Yes, so between 35 to 40
moves, and then after 2 moves, it's still possible to make a blunder. So you're just tired, and your decisions can be quite questionable. I think at this point you can just try to focus on the Abdusator and Rapport's game, because this is the one which is progressing quite fast, and they have just reached move of 40. King captured the pawn on h5. I think Black will try to have the opposition with king to f5 now.
So Parham is back on his seat, and Aravin also back on his seat, and he made the move. So let's see. King g7 and queen d4 was played.
Are they repeating the moves? I think they are repeating
the moves. They
Let's see if they will fail this time to repeat the moves 3 times. We will see it.
I mean, it's a natural decision for both sides. Regarding progression, White's progression is not clear, and Black's progression is not clear either. So yeah, I don't think it's easy to take a risk with Black either, because if you want to free your queen and a rook to attack opponent's king, you let that pawn progress. So you have to take care of that as well. So yeah, going back to Abdusator's game, there haven't been decision yet, but let's explore. After king f5, White has a chance to give up the tempo to see kind of if the opponent makes the knight move. And after knight move, another tempo with a3 or bishop c1. And once knight is on e5, then king can go to h6, progress. And as we said earlier, the point is why bishop is on d2, so that there is no knight f4. So that there is no knight f4 and taking that h5 pawn, king g4, and yeah. Knight e5, king h6, and yeah, h pawn is just simply progressing. I guess he can do immediately that king h6 moves as well. On king g4, h5, check, here, check, king is going the other direction. Takes, and king 5 and going.
It was so smart of white to keep two pawns on the board, because this chance to give up the knight for the pawn and to make a draw, it's now impossible.
Yes. So yeah, Richard Rapport is on the board thinking.
Yeah, he knows he has huge problems now. You don't need to
he made knight d5.
calculate too much here. Knight to d5 is on the board. Bishop will go on d2.
d2 protects that. Yeah. King to f5. We will see probably. And
do you think he can chase the bishop? Like, let's say king h6, and I go king e4. King e4.
King e4. But king g4 would kind of help the pawn, because now we have knight f6. The thing is, if king g6, knight h5, his king is also on g4. You know, it's not on h5.
It's opposition. So after king f7, you have king f5.
Yes. So here, Abdusattor should be careful. But careful with what? Careful with that a3 move and giving Richard Rapport the tempo. Because after knight f6, things can unfold the way he wants. King goes to h6, knight a4, and here he can choose where to move with bishop, where every single move is kind of practically fine. Yeah, even bishop g5. So yeah,
g5, and after king g4 to play king to g6. I
yes.
Yeah.
And now you have to pick. You don't have a move. Yeah. If knight moves away, that's h5. If king moves away, that's h5 as well.
Yep, and the game Parham Aravin, they have failed second time to make the 3-4
Really?
repetition, and they continue to play with f6 here.
I mean, now it's obvious that Aravin is trying to take some
he
chances.
has a bit slightly better position because of the knight versus the bishop. Not any problems whatsoever that white can create to black. And yeah, why not to play? Why not to play and wait your opponent to make a mistake?
In the meantime, we can have a look at Challengers Tournament and see the results, how they're going. So the first board, whoa.
Oh, good timing.
So it looked like close position. It looked like heading for a draw, but we do see blunder. So the game was relatively close. And after take, I don't know if it was the right decision to sacrifice the bishop for a knight. I mean, it's not sacrifice, but to give the bishop for the knight. Yeah. Or it was like that knight e4 and knight f4 squares were maybe so dangerous that it's just better to take. But maybe this move was still interesting, maybe tactical motives right there. If knight d4 does happen on the board, you go take, you just take king. Yeah, or bishop f5 checkmate as well. Yeah. So, okay, bishop e6, and bishop e6, we have rook d1, queen e8, and knight f5. I mean, I'm not sure with white's decision, because he is willingly giving up the pawn. Takes, and queen takes. And maybe his idea is, after all, going to take. Here is what is interesting is, after take, you attacking the queen.
Okay.
So you're getting to rook h6, so queen has to stay around to protect it. You're going back and forth. Queen here, attacking. You see, queen doesn't have much square. But he can go back to e8, maybe giving up that eventually, but it doesn't result anything much. Black has to play careful here. After king f7, yeah, I wouldn't say it's an easy game for black. White is taking the risk of either kind of going for a draw.
Yeah,
just
so
repetition.
why knight f5 is a blunder?
Because it gave up the h5 pawn.
But it's still a draw.
It's still a draw, yes. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a blunder. It's just how Engine evaluated it as a blunder. Just Engine saw it's kind of giving up the pawn and and Engine thought it's kind of white is better and white is going for a draw and giving up a pawn and then surviving with a draw that didn't fit on its evaluation. Yeah.
Emotional.
Emotional move.
Decision. But now
But I mean, he has to figure out that bishop h6 move. He has to figure out, but I think he did that on purpose, the knight f5. Otherwise, you wouldn't give up your pawn for nothing.
Exactly.
Yes. So on the second board, Vitaly Sivuk against Nicholas Theodoru, and we did see g5. Okay, the rook here, rook e2, d7, rook e7, and then check, exchanges, queen f6 back, king g1. Maybe this game is slowly progressing for a draw as well.
Yeah, it seems like both sides have enough forces to control the board.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe check and go back. It's like Nicholas Theodoru can just repeat the moves. They can repeat the moves. Yeah. And third board, we have decisive result where Muhyiddin Madaminov beat Makun, and I think he might be leading in Challengers tournament because he has 2.5 points out of 3. He had 2 victories with white, the first round against Nijat Abbasov and third round against Makun. And on the second round, he had a draw with Vasily Ivanchuk.
Yeah, he's actually leading at this point with 2.5 points. And the people who can catch up is Andrew Hung and Nicholas Theodoros, who actually are playing the game. And very likely that game will, both of these games might end in a draw. And then third person who can catch up is Vitaly Sivuk, also has quite equal position. So, yeah.
So, yep, and
there's Ivanchuk still playing his game. He has so far half a point out of 2.
Let's see. There was an interesting opening unfolded, but there wasn't d5 and knight c3. Oh, on the key moment, look at that b5 move. We have seen these kind of structures a lot today, yeah?
Yeah, a lot of b5 moves. So point being that after taking on b5 twice, there is knight d5 or knight g4.
Yes, there's knight g4, yeah. And if queen c1, queen b6, and now you hit both times. And if you try to block, you can block it just for a moment, yeah. So, yeah, rook h8 is coming next move as well. If h3, just rook h8, it looks bad. Yeah. So b5 was, I guess, although it's not mentioned by computer or anything, I would say it was a kind of really good move. Yeah, smart move. Maybe brilliant move. Yeah. Takes, knight to d4, takes, b4. Yeah, making a2 pawn backward. Knight a4, rook a6, rook to c1, mistake. I'm not sure why. But okay, queen a6, king to g1, queen to b7. Yeah, computer is kind of evaluating even a slight, deviation as a mistake.
Yeah.
So queen d3, knight e4, rook c7, takes. Okay, that was a interesting way of rook exchange. Yeah. Knight to c5, and right now we are close to see knight exchanges as well. But overall, black's position seems really quite nice. That b4 pawn, making a2 pawn weak.
So basically you cannot take on c5 because after pawn takes on c5, there will be some sort of
the pawn that takes c5 wouldn't be that ideal move because of there is work. Yeah, take. And of course, bishop g7 first in between that calculation.
Yeah, I would say knight b5, but knight d6 is
wild,
extra.
immediate, yes.
Yeah.
And probably it's knight c5, and that a2 pawn becoming a weakness, b4 pawn becoming kind of controlling. So that one pawn is taken care out of two, which means on the other side of the board, 5 pawns versus 4 pawns. So a little bit slight advantage here for Vasily Ivanchuk. And the interesting thing is, Begim is in a huge time trouble because they are just on move 21. And
21, they have to make 19 more moves.
yes. And what it is shown by the data given to us, it's like on the time 0, 0, 0, but we don't know the real time right now. Yeah. She made the move, yeah. She made the move. We can see the writing on the board, on their notes. Yeah.
Yeah, a few games in progress for round 3. We do have still 3 games in the Masters
And we
tournament.
can see Nodirbek on the video. Let's have a look how the game Nodirbek Sator progressed. So knight to d5, bishop d2, king to f5, and a3. Yes, he made all the right moves, and he knows he's winning now.
Wow. That's, if that happens, this will be the only decisive result for a round. The game has been ended in the, I think that's the Futures tournament. As we mentioned, the time control is a bit different in the different tournaments, and here we have the full screen of the venue.
Yeah, when you mentioned that, I just remembered how in a big trouble actually Begim is, because the time wouldn't be added, even 40 minutes is reached.
Exactly.
Yes.
So she might just be very focused right now. It's kind of severe time control, you can't even leave the board. And we see that the playing venue is half empty. And at this point, I think we're going to have more and more games ending. I think Abdusattorov is quite happy. He's walking around. I think he has been quite lucky in this tournament, which is a very good sign for a chess player to have a luck. Every chess player needs a bit of luck.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise you cannot win the tournament, and you cannot wait to finish this game too.
The thing is, when preparation meets, I forgot the word, the reality, let's say, preparation meets the reality, that's when you can feel that you are lucky. Yeah. So we shouldn't kind of forget that, how hard he kind of trained over the years.
Absolutely,
yes.
absolutely. Well, when I remember that when I was a kid, to being called you are lucky, that was a kind of insult, like, so you were winning a game and someone would say, oh, you're so lucky. So it was like, you don't play well, but you have a luck. And after some time, I just realized that I'll take any moment if someone calls me I'm lucky, because it means that it works, and only hard work pays off.
Yes, exactly.
And only a person who tries best gets lucky in the end. So there's nothing wrong to be lucky, and it's actually very good to be lucky.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, okay, we can see another Nodirbek on the picture as well on the video. So Yakuboyev is checking out the game of Abdusattorov versus Richard, but how
Richard must be really upset at himself today after the game, because this is the end game. Out of 10, he would draw in 9 games, and today we have this one game when he was a bit careful.
Yes, and going back to Nodirbek Yakuboyev's game versus Pragg, it had some progression. But I mean, I would say game is heading for the draw anyways, yeah. And if you look at the time, it's 1 minute 41 seconds versus 5 minutes, like around 10 seconds. So yeah, But I would say just if you look at the position, just rook takes, rook e8, like you gotta exchange the rooks, you know, you don't have a choice. So it's like almost theoretical draw.
It's a practical draw. Because
Practical draw.
I recently played in London the game where we had opposite colored bishops. It was a draw. Not theoretical draw, it was just a drawish position. And then at some point we were repeating the moves. And I noticed that I'm not gonna hold this position anymore. And I thought it was already 3 times repetition. I asked for a draw to check, which was not actually. The arbiter gave 2 minutes to my opponent, and I was like, oh my God, something is wrong in my position.
Yeah, I see.
And after the end of the game, I did not really realize what was wrong, but I felt something was wrong. My opponent could not find the way, and when I finished the game, I noticed that I was so lost.
So the game ended in a draw.
Yes, it ended in a draw. But she couldn't, she couldn't find out the idea, and I was just lucky. Otherwise, it was not a draw. Any moment, the things can change. A little bit in accuracy, and still it's an extra pawn.
Yes, and this move we can see on the board.
This one.
Yes.
Yeah, this one should be just a draw. You're now forced to take the rook, otherwise e2 pawn is hanging with a check. You can give rook g4 check though.
Yeah, that's possible as well, but would you say black can go for the risk and go for king h5? It's not a huge risk, but...
Yeah, it's a possibility. But I don't know if I want to drop my king on h5.
I mean, your king is kind of safe because g4 is not possible, you take, but you gotta be careful anyways. But after rook e2, king...
g1?
Maybe f3.
Okay, and after b2, bishop e7, and
bishop e1 even.
Yeah, checkmate in one move.
Yes. But I would say like bishop e2 check.
Bishop g4 is on the board actually.
Rook g4 on the board?
Yeah, sorry, rook g4, yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of trying to trick. Yeah. We know Pragg is playing for the draw. Yeah, so he's trying to fight back. And Jakubov is kind of using his last tricks, I would say, to turn the game around and yeah, making it better. So...
Yeah, black can play king h5 or king to
h7, I would say.
h7 or f7, yeah, to play this position a bit longer.
So yeah, I wouldn't say there would be huge progressions. And did Rapport make the move? Yes, he made knight b6 and knight c4. I would say bishop c1, yeah. Just protecting the pawn.
What if I play king to f6 now to keep the opposition?
I say h5, yeah. Knight moves around, there is b2, bishop b2 check, which means your king cannot stay there for long. Right now, either you have to choose between moving your king or the knight.
Yeah, oh no, this is not a joke for black indeed.
Yes. And updating on Parham's game against Aravin, we do have a couple of moves, and that is, look at that. What Parham is doing, he's just keeping the moves back and forth. And we can see one more repetition on the board. And
it takes 3 times repetition, guys, to make a draw.
And here Aravin goes for rook a4. We can see the check, king h6. I think queen b2 was all right, maybe, to go back. I don't know. We saw queen c8 because there is a queen h8 checkmate immediate threat. Yeah. So we can see maybe draw in his game very soon. Yeah. There wouldn't be huge progressions on the board.
And in the game of the challengers first board, Sindarov against Hung, we do have a piece sacrifice, as you mentioned. the line. Bishop took the pawn, and then we have this position. Black gave up the pawn on h6.
We have rook h6. I mean, yeah, he's kind of risking. He's kind of pushing for the win because he's kind of up a piece. It's just piece for a pawn. But his king is so uncomfortable. G6, king f7, king looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah. But also there's no way to progress. Only way to progress
White's
here
progress
is to
is
trade
simple. It's just checkmate coming.
Yes.
So black has to do something. So that something would be maybe pushing the pawn to d5 so that there is no queen d5. But yeah, I mean, the king's position looks not pleasant at all. Yeah. There is queen h6 can come in and attack here. And queen h5, you're opening up and just going for a checkmate. Check, goes down. Maybe it can end up on this repetition, the game. Yeah. It turns out there is a possibility of repetition after 6 moves. But of course it is not clear whether that would happen or not. But what is clear is White's ideas are kind of aggressive and he's attacking, and it's not very hard to figure out what White would do. It is the way that Black saves the game. Black kind of survives. That's how.
It's interesting how the players would feel at this point. Is Black trying to save the game? Is White trying to, like, what is the? We have the evaluation of the engine, obviously, but it's so different how the players are really feeling.
I would say White is maybe pushing for the win. But if we just take a step back, okay, Queen E8 is mentioned as a mistake by engine, but again, engine even slight deviation, it's mistake, it's saying. So
it's very generous to give the evaluation away.
So Queen E8, I mean, if Queen G5, there wasn't that much progression for White. You know, he has to hit that queen. If here, again, not much progression, hit that queen. So although I said it is White who is pushing for the win, but Black is the one that triggered that action, you know? Maybe Black thought, maybe there is, we didn't reach to that point yet, to remaneuver the pieces, to reorganize the piece where he's completely safe.
If you see that there is a way to avoid checkmate,
yes.
If you see that, you are safe. And you want to win your game. This is actually always my feeling, that I don't want my opponent to repeat the moves. I want my opponent to continue the game, because it gives me a chance to, you know, hold the position on. And I do have an extra piece, maybe one little exchange of one piece, and it will be already a big advantage for me.
And he has slightly more time, but the time difference is not a lot, like 1.5 minutes. Yeah. Maybe earlier he had some more time, maybe. Oh, King G7 is on the board. We have Rook G6 and we see Queen D2. So
D5 is the move that we expect
D5,
here to be played.
Otherwise, mate into
Yeah, let's go back to the Masters, and we do have Parham against Aravin. A little bit of development here. After Queen to C8, Black decided to play H4.
Well, okay.
And in case of a check on H8, what was his idea?
King going forward, yes, to G5. And H4 is defended by this rook. There is no Queen H4, and there is no checkmate.
Actually, if we can show that line to Queen to H8, King G5, and if White takes the pawn on H4.
With a queen?
Oh, no, thank you. With the pawn. Rook takes H4, Queen is hanging, and H2 pawn is also hanging. Yes. So I might have something like Rook H2, Knight F3 ideas.
Yes. Yeah.
And you might think that I would take your rook on D2, but I will checkmate on H2.
Yes. Yeah. I would say maybe Knight G4, Queen H2, and Queen F2 checkmate, yeah. So, but again, if Queen moving to C8, immediate Rook H2 might be possible, or you can just move away with Knight G4. It's kind of similar almost.
Exactly. So because of that, Queen H4 would not make any sense to give that check. And White decided to play Queen to E6, offering a queen trade, and also hit the pawn on F6.
But the interesting thing is now, okay, black progressed, but white is progressing as well. So d pawn can push. I mean, if you trade the queens, the pawn is on e6, so there is a pawn progression. If you move back your queen to d8, there is a d6.
Like if I take the queen on e6.
Oh,
and,
wait a second. We gotta be careful. There is a8 square that hits. But okay, actually, if queen a8, queen to d5. Yes, so it is safe.
The question, how about queen e6, pawn e6, and rook a6 is impossible.
Yeah. Rook a6 would be.
And if you play king to g7, there is this line e7, king f7, e8.
Yes,
And takes, and bishop to b5 wins the rook.
So yeah, after queen e6, I mean, both of the sides progressed so far. Yeah. And which one? We saw king h7 on this game. Rook g4 check, king h7, pawn to e3, bishop c6. I mean, it's so kind of drawish still. It's going back and forth. And yeah, black can stay where he is. Yeah, going here and here.
Are there still before 40 moves, right, in this game?
Yes, one more move to go to reach 40. And which means once 40 moves added, both players realize that there is not much progression or not much trick exists anymore. Yeah, you can trick in low time control, in time trouble, but once 30 minutes added on the clock, yeah.
Yeah, I think White's strategy would be after 40 moves to play a bit longer to reduce the time on the clock, and then once again to try for some traps.
But it's not easy to reduce the time on a clock, because for black, it's simple decisions just have to be made. There is nothing complex anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, all the pieces are well guarded. There's not any single weakness in the black's position that white can carry on. So yeah. Oh, the game Parham and Arvin. It's progressing really fast.
We have the moves on the board. We do have on the moves. We have queen b4, well, giving up f6 pawn, but I guess we see the end of the game very soon.
No. Just again, continuation.
Come on. No, yeah, there is no way to get
No way
out.
to, yeah. Then if white carries on in this position, it will be too much because bishop is also pinned.
So yeah, we were gonna see how many times we have seen repetition in their game.
3 times. This is the 4th time.
This is the 4th time. Yeah, 4 different times we have seen that repetition.
But now there is no other choice but to play queen to h8. There's no any single check here that you can do.
Yeah, I would say that would be a repetition. Okay, Parham is thinking, does he have any progress to make? But I don't think, yeah, the rook is too dangerous. Yeah. Maybe keeping the pieces on the board. But anyways, like, I don't think that d pawn is dangerous for black anymore or anything. Yes. So I would say we will see like 95% of chance that repetition.
I think it's 100%.
Considering Parham, we have seen that queen a4 move
No,
today.
I bet it's going to be a repetition at this time. He has no other choice.
I would still leave 5%, you know.
Give 5% here? No,
5%.
I understand 99% or 98%, but 5 is too much.
No,
You're very generous.
5% that Parham deviates, you know. Try something different.
No way. There's no. Only move he can do is king f2 or king f1.
I mean, he can take the pawn as well. Why not?
Allow rook e4.
Even rook g4 check, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe king to h3. But I mean, why I said 5%, maybe this position is
You don't even have 5 moves here for white to make. Give 1% to it.
Yeah, okay, 99% draw, 1% it's deviation. Yeah.
That would be fine. I'm still thinking it's going to be 100%.
I mean, because of kind of their behavior so far in the tournament. Yeah. I mean, in this game, I mean, yes. So we can, I'm not going to put 100% expectation that it will happen because
No trust,
three
no
times.
trust anymore.
I mean, 3 times, you know. 3 times they kind of got us. Like they're repeating the moves and then like deviation.
Exactly. Let's see. Let's see. He's not in rush though. He has 29 minutes on the clock. I think it would be more interesting if the players don't get 30 minutes after 40 moves. Because the decisions that they have to make is...
it's going to be more
different.
interesting. But I mean, with that 30 minutes added, the players would take a little bit rest as well, and their accuracy increases accordingly. Yeah. And as we can see in all games, I mean, oh, no, it didn't reach. Did Rapper's game reach that move 40 and was it equal?
They
and it didn't
really
reach.
reached, but they have some crazy developments there.
No,
And we're still waiting for perhaps. Let's check the final position in that game.
It reached move 40, but the thing is, it reached move 40 not in a way that is equal. You know, that was the moment of move 40 in their game.
Yeah, but let's see how the game continued. Somehow Black managed to get a pawn.
Okay. Oh, bishop c3 was done. Okay, there was no bishop c1. Knight takes h3, just h5. Here, bishop a1. Still winning, I mean, because white's idea is very simple. Just move the king aside, keep pushing your pawns.
And Abdusattorov just played king to g7. He's playing in a way like he just saw a winning plan, but he's winning probably last 10 minutes moves already. He's super excited, and we can see Richard barely breathing. Like, he must feel terrible right now.
Oh, Abdusattorov is like still shaking, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, unless
Can't wait.
Can't wait. No, unless the game is finished, you should not relax at all. You know, you should not take like, okay, I did the job. No, complete the job, get the point. Then then you did. Then you can relax.
Wait a moment. If Abdusattorov wins this game, he can have 2.5 points.
Yes. And he would be leading. Yeah.
And Pragg is still playing, but Pragg has very likely draw, and he will be leading actually. Wow.
I thought it would be maybe between Sindarov and Abdusattorov who would be leading the tournament, but Sindarov had a quick draw, and Abdusattorov, considering he played with white, and the game was somehow heading for a draw, you know.
Exactly. Whoever voted for Abdusattorov in the chat pool that we had earlier, well done, guys. I saw some percentage actually voted for him in very tough position. He had quite rough starts today. In the game of Parham and Arafin, they're still playing. But they made one more move.
One more move? Or is it a repetition? Yes, it should be a repetition. Yeah.
But still thinking.
What is there to think? Maybe now g takes h4. So I still have that maybe 1%, but my initial percentage was close to 5. Yes.
Yeah.
So that would be g takes h4 maybe somewhere.
And I was like pushing you so much to reduce it to 1% that you just decided that to be polite. Otherwise, you still believe it's 5%. I know. So like, if you take on h4 now, and if rook takes h4, is there queen to d8 check?
Yes. I mean.
But still like king f5.
Yeah, you go king f5. Otherwise, if king h3, you're just giving up it for free. I mean, here you're giving up as well, but there is queen e2 check.
Queen f2.
And take. And
king e5.
Yes, maybe they're heading for this position as well. Why not? Yeah. So that's why I do put some percentage of that repetition not happening. Yeah. And if g takes h4, probably we're gonna see king f5. I mean, if that happens. And there is a4 rook that is, you see, unsupported hanging. So there is a way maybe to check and get that. Queen f8, king e5, queen e8, going for that pawn. And we do know king d5 is not possible. A big blunder. You cannot get on that line. Yeah. So king going back to f5, maybe queen to a4, queen to e2 check, and then
another try of the repetition, which will not happen.
So there is that chance. So
yeah, I think we should go back to the game of Nodirbek Absadrov and Richard Rapport.
Yes, I mean, just before we go to that game, how about kind of what chat decides? Will there be a repetition, or will
What's
there
the
be
percentage,
deviation?
you guys give? I say 100% repetition now, but it really scares me the fact that Farham is thinking here, and you are saying 95%.
So I would say 95% to 5. But after this move, maybe it's even increased. It's 90 to 10, you know? Yeah, 10% chance even, yeah.
So yeah, you can join Team Keti or Team Shahzad.
Yes.
Yes. What's the shortened version of your name?
Shah, you can call it Shah.
Okay, Shah. That's good. Very chessy name. Let's take a look at Nodirbek's game. This might end faster than the other one.
So we did see king g7, knight e4, pawn h6, knight to g5, and yeah, bishop b2, giving up the tempo, letting the knight or king move here. And the idea is clear. You don't want the knight close to your pawn, which means you're hitting this with your bishop, and f8 square is gonna be taken care of your king.
Yeah, the reason of this move is that you don't want to play h7 here to allow black to give up the knight, because if that happens, black has a very good chances to hold the game. So after h7, knight takes h7, king takes h7, and king to e4. This king will go all the way to b3, and yeah, white stands nowhere to win this game anymore. So that is exactly what Absadrov is thinking. He wants to kick the knight from g5 square. And bishop to b2, bishop to c1 would do this job.
Yes, and interestingly, that was a key move because all other bishop
my
moves...
God!
Yes.
Farham played pawn takes h4.
Whoa!
Oh no! I can't believe this. I cannot believe this.
Yes, but I can.
I can't believe this.
So they had rook h4, here. I mean, it's repetition anyways, or it's queen f2 maybe. It's not a repetition, yeah. It's gonna be queen f2, yeah. Yeah, queen
But
takes
this
f2.
shows the fighting spirit that these players have. No matter in what position, they still want to fight. Here we have the pawn end game, and it's worth it to mention that it's the h pawn. So
I mean, it's a dead draw, you know, like even black has a pawn. It's not like black doesn't have a pawn, yeah. So king g3 or d6, which one? h4 we have, and king takes d5. Oh, h5.
This
Okay.
happened?
Yes. Takes, king here,
Okay,
takes, okay.
Yeah.
And now,
wow.
okay, agreeing.
Wow, that's a brilliant way. Like, this is a good spirit of fight. Like, they could make a draw earlier.
Yes.
And they tried their best. I'm the player who plays very long games, and very often I'm like really jealous of the people who can make a draw earlier. Because in the long tournament, like 9 rounds tournament, you are getting exhausted. You need some rest. But these guys, I think they are like fine. They are smiling a little bit. It's a bit funny game. It's a bit funny game.
The interesting thing is, you know, when I comment, I say like at high level, you wouldn't reach at the end of the game, you know, king versus king on the board.
And look at that.
But look at that.
Yeah.
They reached. And the thing is, they reached because they were not satisfied with perpetual checks and repetition. Yeah.
All right. We do have last 2 games in progress. On the first board, Nodirbek Yakubov against Ragnananda. We do have the equal position already for some time. And black
Just
is
simple
gonna
moves
try
for
to
play,
trade
yes.
the rooks.
Yeah, it's gonna end in a draw maybe soon as well. Yeah. There isn't a way to. I mean, there you can go back with a rook.
Yeah, that happened actually.
That happened. Yeah. king f7. But I mean, his move is clear, like just go back and forth or just get the rooks out of the board. Yeah, you don't have much choice. Or another way of trading the rook is rook e7, rook d7. You don't have a choice on the 6th rank as well. So once rooks are traded, yeah, it is practical draw.
It is a draw, yeah. And the game of Abdusattorov and Rapport, we do have bishop b2, knight e6, and
bishop
knight
e5.
back. And now we can expect bishop to come on c1.
Yes. And the thing is, knight e4 would be Richard's last trick to let him push h7, after which he would go and take. So the final thing that Abdusattorov has to be careful would be king going to g7 here after knight f6, then hitting that, and then pushing h7. Well, let's see actually, knight e8 check. Okay, here any move turns out good enough. So yeah. One more time, going back to challengers. Whoa, look at that. This game ended up on Black's victory.
What?
Black won the game.
How that happened?
So d5 we saw, c takes d5. Oh, c takes d5 was a mistake. He should have gone for winning. And then we saw rook h8, Black coming into the game to defense, g4. Okay, queen to a4, a little bit not an accurate move. d6, queen e4, and the moment that triggered 12 loss was queen to a2 check. Because look at that, he's checkmating. And
c4?
it's, wait a sec. How Black made the decision? Because it
c4?
looks like a checkmate, but yeah, once c4, like there is not much to do. f3 was played in the game, check, and queen f4, which is protecting the pawn and threatening rook h2 here, and we see rook h3, and then queen g3 and mating 2. Yeah.
Wow, interesting development
The thing
of
is,
the game.
yeah, the thing is, queen a2, I mean, what did Black expect here? Or Black really kind of didn't want to trade the queens because he's down a piece, but
Yeah,
he can get some pawns, you know?
Yeah, I think the game between Abdusattorov and Richard Rapport has finished because we saw Richard was walking. And
Bishop
that
to
makes
a8.
Nodirbek
yes.
actually the winner of this
Oh,
match.
well, look at how beautifully it finished. You take it, I push h7, you queen, I queen.
Nice. Oh, wow, nice. Nice.
So yeah, that makes the Nodirbek Abdusattorov sole leader of the tournament.
All right. I will go down to the interview zone to interview him and Parham. So we're gonna take a short break right now, and you guys will be back to summarize the day.
Thank you. See you soon.
Congratulations on a win. You must feel very happy. Tell us, how do you feel right now, and if you can take us to the opening at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I managed to score an important victory, because every victory is important in such a close super tournament.
Yeah.
So in the opening I was a little bit surprised with his opening choice. I was expecting knight c6, because he was playing it a lot recently. So I was mostly expecting knight c6. He opted for this rouser. I knew that he played it many times, but I didn't prepare. I just played what I remembered.
Is the bishop c4 your main line here, or you just decided to?
No, main line is mostly bishop g5.
Yeah.
But bishop c4 is a Sozin attack.
Yeah.
I knew that he played this variation against Vachier last year in the same tournament. Vachier opted for bishop c4 and got a pleasant advantage. And so I prepared something. So I remembered something new here. Knight a5, f4 is very logical, queen c7, g4, and he played d5. But let's say if he plays e5, my main idea is to go for g5, ed, and piece sacrifice with a very good compensation. And I was very excited to prepare this.
So
But
you wanted to have that position.
Of course,
Yes.
that would be a dream. But he opted for d5, and here I think I misplayed it a little bit. I took ed, which forced this variation that we got in the game. But I guess the most ambitious move is e5, and to go for this kind of position.
Yeah.
My bishop is locked here, but I have space advantage on the king side, so I can push my pawns and create some targets. And I had to go for this. But I don't know. I regret after playing ed that I didn't went for e5. So bishop b4, and it's all forced, I guess.
What was the evaluation of position at that point?
I was not super impressed with this position because everything is equal. I have this bishop against knight, but okay. He has knight has a wonderful square on d5, and should be very equal. So I was thinking okay, I'll play a few moves, and I will probably shake hands and make a draw. But as the game proceeds, I got some kind of chance here because he played rook c8, I think a little bit passive. I was thinking he can try h5, gh, e5, trying to break my pawn.
Yeah.
And or e5, f5, h5 in this way. So I thought this is easier for black, but he played rook c8, and okay, we exchanged all the rooks.
Yeah.
And I got this bishop against knight endgame.
What is your evaluation here? Do you think that you have here slightly better position, or do you think it's just equal?
No, objectively it's equal. If you ask the engine, of course it gives zeros, no chance. But from humans' point of view, I think it's. White can try at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And I've seen some games that, in the past, that people got into trouble in this kind of endgames. So I was hoping to get some sort of chance. So knight c6, and here I think he a little bit rushed with h5. This is not necessary. I think just just wait with king f6 and king f7, and just to wait. Just ask for white's idea. Here opted for h5.
Do you think that Richard at this point was a little bit careless too? He thought it was already draw?
Yeah, I think so, because I saw his body language that should be just easy draw, and it's okay, just shake hand and make a draw. But here I was a little bit excited with my position, because at least I got this, I created this weak pawn on h5, and as the game.
I have this question: if your opponents
offered draw here in this position, would you take it or
No, of course
you'll
not.
not take
No,
it?
of course.
Okay.
I would play against anyone. So
Okay.
it's just a free roll for white, and it's okay.
Yeah, you don't risk anything.
I can try to push
Yeah.
a little bit. So we got this. We got into this position. Here it's already very. I mean, black has to show very precise play, I think. But he was low on time, and also he was feeling pressure, and I think from human point of view, it's already very, very dangerous position.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that the moment when you realized that you were also already like winning, or it was it later on?
Here honestly I felt like I'm close to winning actually.
We
But
saw that on camera because your body
I was.
changed completely. You were
And also
more,
he was low on time. Like
Yeah.
he had like 3 or 4 minutes
Yeah.
for 2 moves, and it's a very incredibly important position. And
he
has
needs
to-
more time to
yeah,
think.
he needs more time, and he has to show very precise play here. So he went for a5, and here I thought, I think it's objectively winning for white after b4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but during the game I felt so. I mean,
You have not checked the engine,
No,
right?
I didn't check.
So when he played a5, that's a blunder, and after a5, you're already winning.
okay.
And the plan for black there in that position, if we
B4,
go,
yeah?
is a b4,
Yes,
yeah.
B4,
and then
but-
you have to get knight e7 and knight to c3 somewhere.
Okay. I
Yeah.
kind of saw this idea, but I was thinking like a4. No, here actually I have king g6, but I have to go for this.
King
probably.
f5. So there was
Yeah,
like king
maybe.
h6, and you had time to play king g4,
Yeah,
knight
king
f4.
g4, king g4, yes.
Yeah, and h5, knight f4.
Yeah, maybe that would be great. I mean,
But so difficult to spot this when
Yeah,
no time
maybe-
on the clock.
yeah, now I understand because in the game he fixed my structure. Like I played b4, and he cannot target my pawn in any
Yeah.
way. So that was a.
Yeah, at this point you already but also the last part, it was so stylish to the way how you won the game.
I had to calculate a little bit. I guess bishop c1 also wins, but okay, bishop c3 is very forcing, and I think it's just forced win for white after bishop c3, and yeah, we got. I calculate all the way
Yeah.
to the end, and okay. This is,
You saw the final bishop. It's a brilliant one.
okay.
Yeah, it was a brilliant one. So it was such a nice game, and also yesterday's game was quite tough at the beginning for you, on
Yeah.
the time-wise and the position-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I was, he was very well prepared in the opening. He got the advantage, and I was feeling pressure, and I was in trouble. I tried to create a counterplay, and it worked out at the end. But it was a very tough game.
Yeah.
I was in trouble at some point.
Yeah. So 2 games in a row, you are handling so well. How does it feel to be at home with so many people around you who actually looks after you and sees you as a hero of the country? They also ask you a lot of photos and signatures, as I saw. How is it something extra pressure for you, or you enjoy that?
No, I don't feel any pressure in my home country. It's opposite. Like I try to play my best chess, and it's also fans coming to see my game, and there are a lot of people that are watching online, and I really appreciate their support, and it gives me boost to my confidence, and
we see that. You're very happy.
It motivates me.
Yeah, and Nodirbek, we do have not only this event, which is like huge event, and so many elite players are here with a huge prize fund, but we also have Grand Swiss and later Olympiad also in your country. How that makes you feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's an amazing feeling. We couldn't imagine, like 5 years ago, we couldn't imagine to organize such a high level tournaments. now we already host the 2023 World Rapid and Blitz, and now Grand Civis and Olympiad back to back.
All the best events.
Yeah, I mean, these are not the easy tournaments to organize, and it takes a lot of effort and resources.
Yeah.
I really appreciate our government for that, and I try to prove it with my results, and I'm really looking forward for it.
Yeah, you are doing a great job. Last question, as this is your home here, and you know so many places to go, you know so many people. What is your daily routine here after the game? How do you spend your evening?
Sometimes I go to the gym after the game just to get out of the stress, and okay, mostly I start preparing after having dinner, and also in the game day. So I generally spend like 3-4 hours for preparation for every game. So, so I think most players do the same.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we see the result. Thank you so much for your time. You probably need a good rest right now, and best of the luck to the remaining games.
Thank you.
We have here Farham Maksudlu with us. It's so good to have you at the chess tournament, because we know that the things never goes wrong when you're at the chess tournament. Farham, first of all, tell us, how do you feel? You had such a long game today and also quite challenging. How are you?
Yeah, I tried to just get a game with starting with Reti.
Yes.
And somehow, I don't know what he was trying to show, or what he was trying to avoid, that he played this weird move A6.
Yes.
But I thought, okay, anyway, if he wants to go crazy, then anyway he will go. So I just play normal chess, just G3, B3, and then we will see what happens. And actually he went like crazy with B5. I think this pawn sacrifices in reality, like always good for white because at least white can play without any risk. Like
Yeah.
at the end, in the worst case, you can lose the extra pawn and it's equal. So okay, I was happy with the position that I got, but I was never really ambitious until the moment that I blundered. I was,
Then you got ambitious.
Yes, I thought I have a good position, but I was not like very ambitious. It's very safe. I cannot lose, but okay, probably just slightly better. I didn't feel that I'm much better. But in this moment that I blundered, I thought I'm really better.
Can you show that on the board? Because you repeated twice this position.
No, I felt that I have something after King G2. I was thinking I'm better.
Yeah.
Honestly, these pieces are very bad for black. Also, I have like all the pieces in the very best place. My king is very safe. Whenever I want, I can sacrifice the exchange on f6, and I can never lose this game. Okay, maybe what I'm saying is too much, but it feels like this to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it felt like this.
Yeah.
And okay, here I missed rook a3, but honestly, I don't think it's a good move. I just think I have many options here.
Parham, can you please stand a little bit? I think
Yeah.
we're covering a board.
Yes.
Yes, like that.
Yes, here I thought I have many options. First is like rook a3, bishop a3,
Yeah.
queen a1. Second is like some knight h6 check, because he needs to play king f8, and then I can take with this rook to f6, or even like take a3 first and then take f6, or even like take a3 and take and not taking on f6, maybe some other moves like queen c2 or queen a1, and like because of like I have so many options, I thought it should be good for me.
Yeah.
But I decided to play rook c6 because anyway I didn't see other move for him. Like instead of rook c3, I think whatever he does is just good for me because I just play queen c1. So I played rook c6 and I had like 30 minutes. Yeah, I was 30 minutes down on time. So I thought, okay, I will repeat and then I will choose because as closer we get to 40 moves, it's better for me.
Yeah.
That's why I repeated twice.
So you never had an intention to make a draw here? You just
Yes,
wanted
yes,
to
I
get
just
closer
wanted to
to
get
14.
closer to increments, yes.
Yeah.
And okay, he played rook c3. And okay, at this moment you understand that it's already late to play rook a6 and all these ideas because it will be three for repetition. Yes. So okay, you have to decide, and there are like not many moves to play. It's just like if you want to continue, there is no other option.
Yeah.
You can only play queen a4 and blunder bishop d6.
So you saw that after queen a4, bishop d6 was existing?
No,
You haven't?
of course not. Because if I would see,
You would continue.
yeah, I would play rook a6 and okay, what to do? Yeah, but no, actually there is knight e7, queen e7, rook a6, but I really didn't want to change this strong knight. It's helping a lot for attack, so I just didn't want to do it. But yeah, I played queen a4. Yes, I played queen a4, and then just like I was looking my beautiful position, and then suddenly I saw this bishop d6. No, because first I thought I have queen d4. After bishop d6, I thought I have queen d4, and if queen c6, then rook g4.
Yeah.
I thought it's like good,
Yeah.
but then I realized after queen d4 there's rook c6.
Yes.
And I'm a full rook down.
And the knight is hanging.
Yes,
as well.
full rook down. So then I thought, okay, this is not working. And then I see knight d6, queen c6, and I was like, I even have to change the queens.
Yes.
And then, okay, like it was very lucky for me that I found this
Parham, I just wonder,
queen d4.
like, what was your reaction when you realized that there's a bishop d6? Was there a
I mean, the
poker face,
position-
or you showed the
No,
emotions?
the position is so safe that
Yeah.
I thought it's still possible
Okay.
to make draw. It's
Yeah.
like it is super safe.
Yeah.
It takes like so many like bad moves to lose this position because like king is safe, structure is safe. You can really like play solid and make draw, but what I did to my position was not nice. Like, it was such a good position, and not repeating, and I get this position. Yeah, it was so bad, but okay. here he was spending a lot of time, and I thought maybe he get ambitious and I take on f6. But of course, he plays the best move. I mean, he's a very good player, and when he gets chance to play good, he play good.
Yeah.
And I gave him this chance by playing queen a4.
Yeah.
So okay, he take queen d6, rook d4, and here was the moment that I was really scared of only one move, which is king h8.
What is this? Why this is so scary to you?
Because like any other move he plays, I just take on d5 and f7 is hanging. Like he cannot play like g6, bishop d5, rook d8 because I take f7. So, and if you play rook d8, I play e4, and I'm in time to catch the pawn. But and also if you play king f8, I can take and rook d8, e4, and here like if queen e5, I have queen a3 check, which is very important.
Yeah.
But king h8 is so scary because after bishop d5, rook d8, e4, here it's very unpleasant. He can play many things. He can play h5, he can play g6, he can play queen e5, he can play knight g4. Like all these things makes my position very bad because this bishop, okay, in the version we got in the game, this bishop was very safe on f3 and e2 all the time. But with bishop on d5, it's like a very big pawn. It doesn't move and it doesn't help me.
Yeah.
So yeah, king h8, I was really unhappy with my position. Actually, I didn't want to take after king h8. I just wanted to play like queen d2 or some other move. But yeah, I think I would be able to hold it, but not so easy.
Yeah, I saw that you had a quite long conversation with Arjun after the game. Were you talking about this king h8? Has he spotted that move?
No, he didn't spot it at all. Actually, it's very weird because he's in a very good shape, and when you get some chances, normally in your best shape, you would find it.
Yeah.
But he didn't even see this king h8, which is weird. And and after what he played, I think it should be easy draw for white. And yeah, we were discussing also the previous position before repeating.
Yeah.
And we both thought, okay, it's very safe for white, and I have some pressure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't use it, but I think in general, I'm getting used to make a lot of draws, which was not my style, but I try to change, and yeah, when draw.
But you were trying so hard until the very end. It was a lot of chances
I was not trying. It was just to show, like, it was just to play like a man. I just wanted to show him that.
Perhaps, like most of the chess players, they would just make a draw very fast and have a day off to rest. But you have your own approach. You want to try your best.
Because
Why
I
is that?
enjoy to play. I just enjoy to play chess. Yesterday it was also a very interesting game. I played Taimanov, which like seems to be a very risky line as black. But when I play against Arjun, I want to have a fight. I just want to like have some fighting position against him because I know okay, if I want to scare of him, he will kill me.
Yes.
But if I show some fighting spirit, he will also respect me more. That's why I just try to play like more random lines and try to avoid draw.
Yeah, that's why I have you at known, because we know that we're going to have the best chess. Farhan, tell us, how do you feel here in Uzbekistan? How are the things here?
I feel very good that I managed to get into Tashkent because it could go very wrong if I was in my country. I couldn't travel because all the flights are closed.
Cancelled,
So I
you
was
were
lucky
not in Iran
no,
at that
I was in Dubai. I was in Dubai for 3 weeks with my wife. But actually, I was supposed to come here with my coach.
Yes.
And he's not here because he's stuck in Iran. Also, he cannot even help me online because they don't have any internet. Yeah, the situation is terrible. I just try to show some good games without any preparation.
Is it affects you on your game?
No,
the
of
whole
course
situation?
It affects a lot because the other option, if my second would be here, he would prepare for me, and I would just repeat the land. But now I have to prepare myself. It takes time. It takes energy. And also, it's good to have him with me because, okay, you are more confident.
Mental support,
Like Nodirbek, when he comes with Rustam, he's always playing better with more confidence because he can give you motivations. But no, I'm
We
not
know
with
that your
him.
motivation is your wife. Is
Yeah,
she here
of course.
with you?
Yeah. She actually, when we understood that the flights are closed, it was a bit late to get visa for her. So I had to come here first alone, and then we received her visa. So she joined me after 2 days. But it's still very good that I have her with me.
Yeah, that's very important. Barham, so good to have you here at the event. We were so much worried that if you could make it or not. But you are here and we're looking forward to seeing more crazy games like
of
this
course,
one.
yeah.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time
you.
and best of the luck for the remaining games.
You too.
The countdown to UzChess Cup has begun. This is not just a game. This is a battlefield of minds. Last year became history. UzChess Cup